Naples, Florida. It's day 3. We've seen singles and mixed pro split under the blue roof, but the best still yet to come at the Open. Young stars hoping to prove this is their moment to emerge, while the sport's biggest senior names proving they've still got all the right touch. Rain is in the forecast. It'll make day 3 a challenge, but it won't hold down the world's largest pickleball party. Coverage of the Open day 3 starts right now. What a phenomenal week it has been so far, but it is just getting better. Welcome to day 3 of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. Inside Zing Zang Championship Court, players are on the court. We've weathered a few delays here today, but we are ready to play some top-notch pickleball. Great to have you with us on Pickleball Channel, everybody. I'm Drew Felios, and what's Pickleball Channel without my partner, Rusty? Rusty, what's up?
Oh my gosh, it's so exciting to be here once again. I can't believe it. We're on day number 3. It's only Tuesday, but it's day number 3 of the tournament, and a lot of exciting stuff has already been happening, Drew.
So many great storylines. First, let's take a tail of the tape of this tournament, this event, what makes it so unique. It is certainly an event, Rusty, unlike any other.
Absolutely, and one of the things I've said I love about pickleball, you look at that, oldest 91, youngest 9. No other sport can have so many years playing together and having a great time, and the size, it just keeps growing.
Nearly 4,500 matches played throughout the week here in Naples, and day 2 certainly had its moments. Of course, we wonder who are the big stars going to be in 2021. I think Ben Johns has established that Naples is his battleground.
Absolutely, but he had to come back, so he has not won every time here, and we had a new bracket the other day with a split age, and Ben was showing his stuff.
Dan Gingrich, Johns' partner. Johns taking command, and then Gingrich going to the Ernies early and often. Johns the overhand there, and Gingrich had a great Ernie coming up here on this clip right there, bam.
Exactly, but it was exciting. Deckel Barr and Chris Miller, longtime pickleball player, we gave it a great performance and just made some great pickleball. Look at that there, the dive, the energy, keeping in it, and ultimately come back. And Johns and Gingrich come through with that 11-11 victory. So
cool to see the different styles of pickleball come together, and of course great sportsmanship, which you'll only find in this amazing sport of pickleball. Cammie McGregor, a pro's pro, and Irina Tereshchenko, maybe the player of this entire event so far.
Exactly, she is on a streak. I mean, in singles she took gold, and here again yesterday, boom, you see that backhand overhead over and over again. She was doing that over-the-shoulder backhand cross-court, but look at Cammie McGregor.
Yeah, Jennifer Dawson and Lee Waters tried to stay in this, but Irina Tereshchenko, she is playing at the top of her game, and McGregor just very few errors down the stretch, especially in that game 2. And Rusty, Tereshchenko and McGregor, they are the champs.
Absolutely. In this particular tournament, we got a lot more matches to come and some exciting stuff that's happening today as well.
On this day, we'll mix things up. Men and women teaming up together in split age. We're in Naples. Oh yes, it's beautiful here, and it's exciting on Zing Zang Championship Court. We're back after this.
No matter how you stay active, you don't want a leg cramp to mess up your day. Highlands Leg Cramps has been America's #1 leg cramp relief solution for over 10 years. The flavorless tablets dissolve quickly under your tongue. No water needed, no stomach upset. So you can keep going. No matter what you're doing, don't let a leg cramp slow you down. Highlands Leg Cramps, available at your favorite retailer. Stop your cramp, not your day. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When I step onto the court, I get a burst of adrenaline. That adrenaline makes me focus, and that focus helps me win.
I love looking out and seeing my teammates standing there, supporting me, cheering me on.
People always ask me, what do you want out of a pickleball brand? For me, it's simple: performance products and support.
Performance is a head game.
60 total courts set up for this Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. We're inside the blue roof. One of the better pickleball venues in the entire world. As you look at Rick Witskin and Belinda Zabindin here on Zing Zang Championship Court. Belinda out of Phoenix, Rick from Zionsville, Indiana, and there's the great Alex Hamner, one of the great inspirations in the sport of pickleball. She'll be teaming up with Tyler Leung. And what else can you say about Alex? What a career.
Well, yeah, Hall of Famer, but you know, she and her partner Jennifer Lucor have been icons in the game together. They really set the tone for what is a great doubles team. And she and Tyler have played together uniquely, so that's something different here. A lot of these teams are brand new, but Tyler and Alex have played quite a few tournaments together, not in a split age, but in a traditional pro bracket.
Tyler's still improving. 5 years he has put into the sport of pickleball. He's a lefty, a little unorthodox, definitely
something, yeah, but it's something to look forward to, because right now you got two powerful forehands right in the middle of the court, which is going to make it harder for people to take advantage of that splitting the middle.
Underway. Alex Hamner moving from the broadcast booth. She was with us earlier this week, right onto the court. Just seamless.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here, everybody. Looks like people are talking a little bit about the slipperiness of the court, questioning, I think, if it's too misty. They might actually be pause and play. So we have had a rain delay earlier here today, and they dried off the court and they worked on it, but Florida humidity makes things hard to dry. So it looks like they're considering it. Maybe Witskin, both actually. Leung's looking off in the distance. They're trying to see how impending is this. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Everybody wants to play, but nobody wants to get hurt, right?
And of course, pickleball, if you need lateral movement in any sport, it's this one right here.
Absolutely. The courts are smaller, and people think, oh, you know, it's easy. And certainly in some rec play, people just kind of stay where they are. But at this level of play, there's a lot of movement.
And the surface here on Zing Zang Championship Court, Deco turf, cushioned, tremendous surface, but looks like we're going to pause once more. And
referee's coming over to give us some info here officially. Yep, so our referee, Brett Hutless, is notifying us that they are concerned about it being a little slippery. So I think, you know, maybe we can't have events like this. And I know we've just started off, and for some of you who are live, we have whet your appetite to get ready.
Yeah, we have set the stage. Definitely now we just need some great pickleball. Looked like we were about to start there, but unfortunately have to wait just a little bit longer on this day 3. Drew Felios along with Rusty. Rusty, again, some great moments so far. Day 3 a little bit different, split age. You see the different, of course, genders teaming up, and it should be an awesome day.
Yes, exactly. It's a new thing that this tournament has created. So the several years ago, you only had 5-0. That was the top. And for just a little bit of history, some people know it, some people don't. They created a pro bracket, and it separated the high-end 5-0s and turned them into pros. And those pros want to play all week long at a tournament like this, but the only other option is for, say, a 19-plus 5-0. But if you have a Ben Johns playing in that bracket, he's basically going to beat everybody. So they continued to separate the amateurs from the pros, and they created this, a pro split age, where you took a plus 50 pro and an under 50 pro, of amazing talent, and you create a new bracket with some new kinds of exciting pickleball.
And what it all equals out to is 7 days of pickleball. There you see Chris Yvonne, one of our tournament directors, who has gone over to discuss exactly how we are going to approach this. And it's very likely, too, that we see some other form of rain at least the next 4 to 5 hours, certainly in the forecast. So, as I said, in the very open, this day 3 could certainly have a few delays moving forward.
Yes, and this is a unique arena, this open air arena, and some people, when they see video from it from our drone, they think, oh, it's covered, but it's a mesh. You can't have something totally solid here with the hurricanes and the winds, and in fact, the reason we have a new blue one is because the white one tore down, but because it's that mesh, because it allows wind to come through, it also will allow some moisture to come in, and part of it on the sides, just enough mist and humidity. That surface just it doesn't look wet to the eye, but it's just slippery enough that they got to be careful.
And of course, if you're a player, you have to deal with this. Everybody has to deal with it at some point. Teases you just a little bit. You're all excited, mentally ready to play, and then you have to just sit back and wait and let things just kind of take their course. Tyler Lung, does he ever look like he is ready to shine here in Naples?
Yes, and we see over there Alex Hammer looks like she's comforting Chris. Chris and Terry have done an amazing job years ago creating a brand new tournament that they said we're going to take this to a whole nother level, and they certainly have. And you can imagine how invested their hearts are, tournament directors, to try to want to get as much play and much opportunity for the players.
Yep, not just the play, but the vendors, the food, the beverages that are flowing throughout the week. Certainly an experience.
Yeah, and just a shout out, we might be able to talk about what's happened here in the past. Yep. In 2019, a couple years ago, we had an amazing tournament. We set records, but there was that COVID thing. And so even though it was 2 years ago, we keep saying, oh, last year. But there's some great stuff that happened in 2019.
Yep. When we come back, too, we'll flash back a couple years ago. Take a look at that open. And as soon as we resume play here, we'll bring the action to you here in full. Stay tuned.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support. And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear, designed to take great care of everybody's feet.
Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort.
It's all the comfort and support you need.
We're almost done here, Brooke.
It's good to have support.
Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
In 2016, Naples, Florida staked its claim as pickleball capital of the world, hosting the inaugural U.S. Open in a state-of-the-art facility. 3 years later, the Open is bigger and better than ever. The best players in the world hail to paradise in the quest to add their names to the small and prestigious list of U.S. Open champions. The men's pro doubles is next on CBS Sports Network. Naples, Florida is an ideal vacation destination, but it has also proven to be an ideal pickleball destination, as the city has been a great host to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, now in its 4th year of existence at this fantastic facility at East Naples Community Park. And CBS Sports Network is happy to be bringing you our coverage of tonight's featured match. Welcome to Zing Zang Championship Corp, everybody. Dave Benz hanging out with Melissa McCurley of pickleballtournaments.com, Mark Renison of Third Shot Sports. Guys, we have reached the creme de la creme, the men's gold medal match, and we're going to see Matt Wright and Dave Weinbach square off against Kyle Yates and Ben Johns. And Kyle and Ben, they're friends. They're from this area, Mark Renison. They have the home court advantage tonight.
That's right. They love playing here in Naples. They love playing here on the big stage. The crowd is going to be behind them, and we're going to see some amazing shot making from both those players.
And I can't wait to see this match tonight. This is a rematch from the Indian Wells National Championships last November, in which Ben and Kyle did win, but Dave and Matt are really looking to get this championship tonight.
And Dave Weinbach is the most decorated medalist in the history of the U.S. Open. Nobody has won more medals here than Dave Weinbach. And let's give you some of the numbers on this tournament. It began in 2016 with only 800 participants. It has grown all the way to over 2,100 this year. The purse is up to $52,000 overall. The age range from 10 to 86 this year. And as I talked about at the beginning, this is a fantastic facility, unparalleled in the sport of pickleball. For more on the growth here at East Naples Community Park, let's check in with Rusty House.
In the past 4 years since this tournament began in Naples, Florida, a lot has changed. Back in 2016, there were fewer courts. Some of them have temporary nets. Some of them had multi-surface lines. Fast forward to today, and they're all permanent courts, 50 of them. They all have top-of-the-line DecoTurf surfaces. Most noticeably, an amazing shade structure to create a one-of-a-kind open-air arena. But one thing that hasn't changed, it's still the biggest party in pickleball. Back to you, Dave.
It is a festive atmosphere, and it's going to be a lot of fun tonight watching the best of the best in the sport battle to decide gold. We'll have the first serve coming up next on CBS Sports Network.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Paddle Tech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. And by Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
The weather as night indeed has fallen here. Still 93 degrees on the heat index, 82 degrees on the thermometer. Here's a look at how our finalists got here. Yates and Johns. It was a little bit tight in game one against Stone and Warnick, and then they took it in game two. Weinbach and Wright, they had to fight a little bit harder to get here. Mark, when you talk about Dave Weinbach, you talk about a model of consistency. He will end the night tied for the most medals ever in the U.S. Open.
That's right. Dave Weinbach is no stranger to this court or to the medal podium. He's sort of got unusual technique, different from what you're going to see from the rest of the players.
Matt Wright, he was on championship court earlier on this Saturday. He was unsuccessful, but he'd love to redeem himself with a medal here, Melissa.
No, absolutely. He played with Kyle Yates in this tournament last year. He's paired up with Dave Weinbach. They played against these two in the National 6 months ago. Ben and Kyle won. It'll be interesting to see what happens tonight.
Kyle Yates is a Fort Myers, Florida native, and he is one of the most experienced players at this U.S. Open despite his young age. Ben Johns doesn't have quite as much experience here on this pickleball court, but he does have a long friendship with Kyle Yates. That could help him out. Official Derek Prince announcing to the crowd how we will get things started, and it will start with Kyle Yates and Ben Johns having the serve 0-0-2. The beginning of the game is the only time that the service side only gets one serve. After this, it will be each server for each side getting to serve before they serve trade sides again. And Johns hits that one short, so the serve will indeed change sides. Weinbach and Wright will take over. 0-0-1 now. If you're new to pickleball, when you hear the score, the first score is the serving team score, the second score is the receiving team score, and the score, and the third number you hear is which server it is. So now it moves to 0-0-2.
We expect to see a lot of hard hit balls in this game. Not typically on the third shot, especially from Dave Weinbach, but these guys are all looking for a ball that's slightly elevated that they can hit hard at the other player, giving them less time to react. Yates went for it there.
And I talked to Dave earlier before this match, and he said expect to see a lot of patience and discipline from he and Matt tonight.
Kyle Yates and Ben Johns both call this Fort Myers, Naples area home.
Ben also a student at the University of Maryland.
He has spent a lot of time up at College Park.
You can see all these players playing very quickly right now. I think you know, the electricity in the building here, the excitement of the moment, some of these guys are really amped up to play in. We're seeing a couple errors early on. Dave Weinbach will like that one. That's no error.
Yeah, he sure did. So that'll get the serve back for Wright and Weinbach. You mentioned Dave Weinbach's success, especially in this tournament, all the medals that he has picked up just in 2019. Matt Wright has 1 gold and 1 silver in this year's U.S. Open.
Little misread there between Weinbach and Wright. That ball came quickly down the middle. They're not quite sure who's going to take it. They both went for it, hit paddles, and they had a little chat afterwards to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Oh, what a great backhand there by Wright. He's been lauded by his peers as having some of the quickest hands at the net, and showing them off there.
Quick hands and power.
Great dig there by Dave Weinbach, and then that is out.
Yeah, that's what I mean by being a little overexcited here. That's not a ball that Ben should miss, not a ball he would normally miss. It was getting a little bit low, which made it tough, but that's a makeable ball, and he's got to make that if he wants to compete here against Weinbach and Wright.
3-0-2.
In an 11-point game, it's off to a fast start for Weinbach and Wright.
Wright puts it away, a 4-0 start.
Wright looks like he's seeing that ball nice and big right now. Even from that attack against Yates, Wright was all over it. We've talked earlier about how strong his backhand is, that he can counterattack off of it just as well as he can with his forehand.
Oh, Ben Johns going for the Ernie.
Yes. So he jumped the corner there. He took over the airspace above that non-volley zone. So that's not an infraction. And that's a way to get the ball while it's still nice and high. You can hit down and hit hard.
0-4-1. So 0-4-1. Yates and Johns trying to get on the board.
See Johns and Wright in their black night match apparel. Looking good.
Wow.
Nice defense by Yates and Johns.
Wow.
An even better winner there by Yates, who lets out a little roar and stares down the opposition.
Weinbach going for the around the post shot, defended really well by Ben Johns. Keeps that ball alive, and even though that's just their first point, Yates and Johns pumped up.
Go to a little bit of a dink game.
The dink, of course, this low, slow ball is intended to put the ball in a position where your opponents can't easily attack it because it forces them to hit up. And if they hit up and hit fast, that ball is likely to go long. And so by putting that ball slow and low in the court, you're not trying to win the point with that shot, you're just trying to limit your opponent's options.
Right down the line.
Really nice reach by Matt. He's got a great backhand.
Such great control by these players who are the creme de la creme of pickleball players in the entire world.
Mentioned Dave Weinbach's unique technique. You saw him a few times here, sort of waving his arms kind of wildly, you know, suggesting that maybe he was going to go around close to the net post on the outside of the court for an Ernie. Johns and Yates have seen that enough time. That's not going to throw them off.
Johns able to hit it off of Weinbach. Weinbach complaining there was a foot fault, and indeed there was.
Yeah, so when you play that volley outside the non-volley zone, if you touch that line even a little bit with your toe, either as you hit the volley or even after on the follow-through, the momentum of it, that'll be a kitchen violation, and Derek Prince was all over that. 4-3-1.
Yep. Make it 5-3-1. Dave Weinbach from Wisconsin, grew up in Milwaukee, began playing tennis at the age of 4. Ben Johns able to catch up to that one. Dave Weinbach actually at one point came close to being an Olympian in table tennis.
That might explain some of those fast hands he has as well. He found pickleball in Arizona, Sun City Grand, where his dad lives, and they got him out on the court, and he's been addicted ever since.
6-3-2 here in this first game. The finale of what has been a fantastic 2019 Minto US Open Pickleball Championship.
Yet historical again.
Historical in terms of players, in terms of prize money, in terms of fans. Wow.
So Yates is talking to Prince right now. I suspect he's talking about Weinbach's, that move that I mentioned earlier, which Yates, I think, is arguing is an intentional attempt to distract. And Derek Prince is going to watch for that.
Is there a limit to the amount you can do that, Mark, in terms of the rules?
You're not allowed to hinder your opponents, right? You can't do something that is designed deliberately to distract or hinder them. That being said, moving to different parts of the court, that's allowed. That's what you do, right? And so it's a fine line. It's a gray area. Derek Prince has to somehow see inside the mind of Weinbach to be able to determine whether what he's doing is actually about putting himself strategically in a new position or really just sort of getting into the head of his opponents.
9-3-2 now, 2 points away from taking this first game. And Weinbach leaves it short, so the serve will change sides.
3-9-1.
Both players, both sides looking for an opportunity. Weinbach off the net. And that'll move it to 4-9-1.
4-9-1.
Crowd so quiet as they watch these teams battle for gold.
Yeah, definitely more pin drops. It's you can feel the tension, just how important this match is to these players.
Johns and Yates get it back to a 4-point game.
5-9-1.
So you notice that Weinbach and Wright are playing on the same side of the court right now. That's because Wright has to return from the right side in this case.
Great winner there by Johns.
And consequently, by playing the left side, is that he can't get there in time. And that down the line passing shot is open for Ben Johns, and that forehand end line is one of Ben's favorite shots.
So Ben and Kyle on a bit of a run here.
And that run will continue as it tightens up to 7-9.
I think we're going to get a timeout.
Weinbach and Wright will use the timeout. We'll take a break as well. Back here in Naples, 7-9-1, 4 unanswered points here by Yates and Johns. After it had been a 5-point run by Wright and Weinbach.
So they called a timeout, hoping they could end that run, and they do.
Although that'll just move it to the second server. 7-9-2 now.
So look for a downline drive towards Weinbach's side, the right side of the court. They play a drop instead. Sometimes when players stack like that, as you're seeing again here, if you don't give yourself enough time to get over to cover that other side, like Wright needs to do here, there could be an opening for a fast drive, but he gives himself plenty of time.
Yates and Johns have scored 6 straight, make it 7 straight to tie this game up at 9 apiece. Kyle Yates earlier in this day on championship court won a mixed doubles gold alongside Simone Jardine.
How exciting was that?
It was such a great match. Went all 3 games against Lucy Kovalova.
Wow.
And her partner Matt Wright.
Matt, who's out here playing with Dave Weinbach tonight. And now all of a sudden we've got a game point for Johns and Yates.
What a comeback.
10-9-2.
Wow. There it is. They say not so fast that for Weinbach and Wright. Looked like they were in pole position to take game 1.
They really used that drive effectively in the second half of this first game. Expect to see that in game number 2 as well.
We'll have game number 2 coming up after this brief timeout.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. By Head, official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Onyx Pickleball, because winning is fun.
Back here in Naples, Florida, and this 2019 U.S. Open Championship, sponsored by Minto and powered by Margaritaville. It has been so much fun. Naples has proven to be such a great home for this event. See the final numbers from that first game.
So we're here at a wet court. It's Rusty, joined by Drew Felios. Thank you so much. And guys, if you're just joining us, you were actually watching an amazing match from 2019. You weren't here, but it's pretty incredible, right?
Yeah, it's incredible. Last time I was here was actually 2018, and it's just incredible to see how the sport has evolved in that period of time. But you see a much younger Ben Johns, you see Weinbach pumping the fist, Matt Johns, just a pivotal moment, historic match we're watching right here.
Exactly. Kyle Yates, it was a big year for him, so we're going to bring you more of that. We just wanted to update you a little bit. We're at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville, and we are live, but gameplay has been paused, as it says, by weather delay up there. The open air arena, the rain is still kind of coming down. It's a mist, but it's basically saturated this whole thing and made the court just too slippery for gameplay. But we're going to let you watch more of this great match. Thank you so much. We have years and years of U.S. Open stuff. So if you want more amazing U.S. Open, just hang out at Pickleball Channel. But now, live, and it's possible, depending on what happened, we might be able to get some little guest commentary based on this match. But there's a lot of great things coming. Thank you guys for being a part of it. Again, Drew, thank you for being here. And we just wanted to update you. Thanks for being there. Hang in there. We're going to bring you stuff all week long. And now we'll let you enjoy more of that 2019 match.
Fun.
Back here in Naples, Florida, And this 2019 U.S. Open Championship, sponsored by Minto and powered by Margaritaville. It has been so much fun. Naples has proven to be such a great home for this event. See the final numbers from that first game. 7 unforced errors by Yates and Johns, but more important than anything, they scored the final 8 points of that game to come back from a 9-3 deficit and turn it into an 11-9 win in game 1.
Yeah, it's almost a blur, really, and how that happened. Looking at the stats, it doesn't necessarily indicate that that's how the outcome of that final game would be.
No, I mean, you could see that Yates and Johns really changed their strategy. They decided to take a much more powerful approach early on. The young kids really taking it to the old guys out there in the second half of that first game, and we'll see if Weinbach and Wright are able to counteract that strategy going forward.
Players just waiting for the stilts people. I don't know what you want to call them to clear the court.
Stilters?
The stilters?
Yeah, they're part of Margaritaville, and they actually do this as a career. I was listening to it earlier today.
I actually spoke with one of them earlier today. I said, you know, I'd like to borrow those when I go to a music festival. She said, yes. She said, I've tried that. They won't let me in with them.
Well, here we go. Let's see what happens in game 2.
0-0-2.
Switch sides for this second game. Wind not really so much of a factor under this shade structure here in Naples, Florida. It also kind of blocks some of the wind.
Yeah, it's feels pretty still in here for the most part.
Wow, what great hands by Weinbach.
And just long.
Yep. So the serve now goes over to Yates and Johns.
And you know, well, Dave said earlier he was wanting patience and discipline, and we didn't see it there.
Yeah, a little bit early to do it. You know, it's clear that they're feeling that pressure, and it's tough to decide when that ball is at kind of marginally high enough to attack. Let's see what happens in this point. There you go. There's a marginal ball. And I mean, we've talked about Matt Wright's backhand and the power he can generate. I would put that up against Ben John's power on the backhand side any day. He's so strong on that backhand side. Balls that you think there's no way someone's going to hit hard, and yet he doesn't. There it is again, just too low.
See the sweat pouring off the faces here. It is very sticky in the humidity here in Florida in early May.
Are you talking about mine and Mark's or the players?
I was going to say, I'm very comfortable here in this air-controlled or air-conditioned booth. It's really comfortable.
Yeah, what happened to our fan, by the way? We've had a fan, and it's just sitting there. Suddenly turned off. Weinbach off the top of the net cord, didn't land in.
Oh.
And they're going to say, no, it did not. See if we can get a look at it.
I think they did call that in afterwards. 1-2, Weinbach and Wright on the board.
Yep, indeed, they did call it in. You are correct.
Get in there.
You can see Weinbach getting a little bit frustrated with himself right now, missing some shots that he thinks he should be able to make.
Yeah, his emotions seem to be quite high. I think he's going to need to get those a bit more under control.
Sometimes what you'll see when you get a sense that that player is feeling that pressure, is you're going to start to target them, and we're seeing a little bit of that here, although Johns and Yates are typically trying to keep the ball cross-court most of the time.
A smart decision there by Yates to let it go.
Yeah, you're going to see those cross-court dinks partly because when you hit diagonally, you have a little more room to work with than when you hit down the line. And so a cross-court shot that you're trying to drop low and short typically is a good idea to go diagonally. And you also have a slightly lower net over the center.
2-1-2.
Any idea why Ben's wearing a black sock and a white sock?
Hashtag fashion.
That is a great question. Well, I mean, listen, I see a lot of NBA players wear 2 different shoes, so. Who knows what these kids are thinking these days.
We could also ask why Dave Weinbach is wearing the same shorts that he's been wearing for 10 years right now. Dave Weinbach, it's so funny. Dave Weinbach is a great player, and he's also he's unique. He's unique in his technique that we see here. He's unique in his personality. And he's also unique with, you know, some of the things you see out there. He's the one with the tights out there. This is a pair of shorts that I know came out a few years ago, and he's so distinctive with his red hat, the Dave Weinbach Badger logo.
Sharing the pickleball love.
Well, yeah, like I guess if it works, keep doing it, right?
Yeah.
He is a proud Wisconsinite. There's no question about that.
So let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, so that ball a little bit too high from right on the forehand side of Yates. Likes hitting that ball on the forehand side.
So 3-1-1 is Yates and Johns get the serve back. They'd love to go on a run here, and then Johns thought he saw an opportunity, but unable to execute.
I think what it was there is that he missed his first opportunity on that ball and tried to make up for it with the second one, but.
So the serve will head back over to Weinbach and Wright. But their offense has been stagnant. Can they finally get something going?
Yeah, we talked about getting the emotions under control. Let's see if we can get the unforced errors under control. Not a good start to that.
Nope. I mentioned that Kyle Yates won a gold earlier on Championship Saturday. Matt Wright was on the wrong end of that match, as he had to settle for the silver along with Lucy Kovalova.
Yeah, he was. Matt Wright and Kyle Yates teamed up in this event, the U.S. Open Men's Pro last year, and won the gold. Kyle is the 3 years, ever since the U.S. Open's been in inception, he has been the Men's Pro Open winner. So he's going for his 4th.
And did they say what the reason for the change was?
You know, I didn't ask. I know that Matt and Dave did play nationals together, and it may be that the partnerships were already lined up. That's not unusual.
I do know that Ben Johns considers Kyle Yates his mentor, and as well as his great friend. So it's makes a lot of sense to see these two together.
Sure.
So all of a sudden, Weinbach and Wright are clawing their way back here. 3-3. Yates and Johns would like to get at least one more point before they give up the side out.
And folks might notice Dave's unique style. He drops his head when he hits the ball. Whether he's...
Especially off of a return of serve. You'll see this when... It's what I was referring to earlier when we talked about the unique technique.
Great winner there by Ben Johns. And you said it, Mark, they would like to get at least one more point. Now they're going to get greedy. They'd like to try and put the pressure on here, already having won the first game.
Yeah, look for a drive to the open court, the right side of the court here. Or cross court.
And so I don't want to forget this, but, you know, Kyle won the U.S. Open with Matt last year, and the first 2 years he won it with Dave Weinbach.
Just shows you Kyle is so good he can play with so many people.
Speaking of good, how's that around the post shot for a winner?
I'd say that's pretty fantastic. The crowd agrees.
Not a lot of angle to work with on that one, but he lined it up just right. That's a nearly indefensible shot. There's that head down technique on the forehand side from Weinbach.
Mark, is the around the post shot one that you can try to set up, and or is it something that you just kind of got to see it as it's happening?
So you do have to see that it's there, but you'll notice that there's certain patterns. So I know when I'm out there playing and competing, you'll see if you get into a cross-court exchange with someone and you're being patient and they try to go a little more cross-court, a little more cross-court, a little more cross-court, they're getting greedy, as you said a second ago. And you can kind of anticipate that around the post opportunity might present itself. Now, you have to be able to see it when it's actually there, but you'll see players who just try to go for a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And the alarm bells will go off that maybe you've got an opportunity coming.
Tightening up here. 4-5-2.
The ones that you really can't see is when you're in a cross-court rally and it's not going to be an ATP opportunity, but then the ball clips the top of the net, dribbles over, and that changes the angle that it's hit at. And so that's one that is 100% just about reading and reacting as it's happening.
But few players can read and react with the efficiency of these guys. Going to the lob. We haven't seen many of those in this match.
It was a great offensive lob, getting them off of the non-volley zone line or the kitchen line.
So be very selective about when you play those lobs. If they're a bit too short, you're in trouble. And if you're a little too deep, obviously the ball's out.
5-5-2 as Yates hits it into the net. And Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, Mark Renison, so happy to have you along here on CBS Sports Network's coverage of the 2019 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
It's great to have you here. I know you're usually with the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Well, it's this is a highlight on my calendar, I can tell you. This is such a great tournament, such great people to be around, such a great atmosphere.
It'd be great to see some of those NBA players on the pickleball court. Imagine what would happen with the reach into the kitchen. Seriously, you're, like I'm only half joking because as we see pickleball evolve, and we're seeing new players coming in, we're seeing players get taller and taller, and the same way that you are in other sports, including NBA basketball or baseball, hockey, even where the taller athletes, as long as they still maintain some, the necessary agility, have a big advantage, and so the same is true here.
You're saying a Rudy Gobert with a 9-7 standing reach would be pretty effective?
Pretty tough to hit a third shot drop against someone like that.
Mark always recruiting new picklers.
Good try. I mean, it is definitely one of the strategies. There are players out there that you might look at and say, look, of the two, they might be the weaker of the two players, and so you think, oh, I should target that player. The trouble is if they're 6'5" and they can reach far into that kitchen, you might say, maybe I should avoid them because of that height. So it really is a threat, and Matt Wright out here is the tallest on the court. But Ben Johns, I mean, he's young. I feel like he's still growing. Every time I see him, he's getting taller and stronger.
Just a college sophomore.
It's a good defensive block from him.
And that'll get the serve back for Johns and Yates as they now find themselves trailing here in game 2.
Yeah, Dave and Matt seem to have settled down a bit. And you can hear Matt encouraging Dave. Matt's a very encouraging partner. We see that from him when he's playing mixed doubles as well.
Matt out of Wichita, Kansas. Weinbach trying to show the power. He says, and Matt Wright says, I got your back, buddy.
Better check that ball after that overhead. Yeah, a good lob. Dave Weinbach, quick to get back to it.
Yeah, almost like a hook shot.
That was a spike.
So Wright is thinking right now that was not the right time to go for that one. A little bit overexcited.
Kind of acknowledged that with the look over to his partner, Weinbach.
It's so tempting, when you receive a ball that's slow. Uh-oh, there's a miscommunication.
cross-court shot on Weinbach.
And that's going to get the chest bump and the crowd fired up.
So, yeah, right here you see Yates jump the corner. That means that Johns has to come over to the middle to cover, and that leaves the cross-court. And that was a great redirect there by Weinbach.
Yeah, and they really needed that just for, I think, for their mental state after the prior error by Matt.
So this is sometimes something I see from Weinbach. We've talked about it earlier, and you mentioned emotions keeping them in check. And sometimes that kind of mistake, that's a makeable ball for him. That is a ball that he generally does make. And sometimes when you get all fired up like that, you just get a little overexcited.
Ben just showed some really great skills working his way through that transition zone.
Unforced error there. Yates and Johns onto the second server now. We showed you the bracket earlier. Wright and Weinbach had to go to 3 games in their semifinal match to get to this championship. And they're getting the serve back here now with a 7-5 advantage in game 2. 4 points away from getting this thing to a 3rd and decisive game. Unfortunate bounce for Weinbach off the top of the net. Weinbach, who has built a pickleball court in his own backyard. As said, pickleball has opened up so many relationships for him with people all over the country.
Yeah, he spends a great deal of time. I mean, pickleball is not what he does full time. He also has his own investment management firm, but he spends a lot of time teaching clinics, doing lessons.
He's a portfolio manager and CPA, as well as the owner of the firm.
Wow. Looked like Ben Johns was waiting for that ball. Just like Matt Wright disguised it pretty well, I thought, but you can see that Johns was waiting on that backhand. Great counterattack.
So the serve will go back over to Johns and Yates.
5-7-1.
Oh, great job digging that one out by Yates.
Watch for the angle here.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And that angle's going to do it. But what some great defense we just saw from Ben Johns.
Yeah, of course. And we talked about this sometimes in the past about you know, one of the more conventional ways about thinking about pickleball is that you should never back up from the line. Here we just saw a great example of why that's so important when you think your opponents are going to hit hard, to back up and give yourself some time to set up to hit that defensive shot.
And of course, if you're on offense, you love keeping your opponents back on that back line.
You're certainly in a better position if you can do that. And of course, the object you're trying to get is to that kitchen line to put yourself in a better offensive position.
Weinbach and Yates will get the serve back. Weinbach and Wright, I should say, will get the serve back.
A little too much from Yates.
Just a little bit long, but what an athletic move that was.
That'll move us to 8-5.
8-5-1.
Johns attacks Weinbach, who was able to play a little defense, but ultimately Johns wins that exchange.
8-5-2.
talk about some of the work that some of these players do in pickleball. Ben does pickleball getaways in the destination locations in which you're also teaching people to play pickleball.
Sounds a lot like Scott Moore.
Yeah, Scott Moore does that with pickleball trips.
Scott Moore is one of the most decorated U.S. Open competitors in the history of this tournament as well, playing in the senior bracket.
We saw him win senior mixed yesterday. He's also a Triple Crown winner, not this year, but in prior years for the U.S. Open.
Expect to see Johns and Yates start to drive the ball a little bit more here. We've missed a few. Looks like Johns was looking for it, but Kyle took that ball. Yeah, right now they're reacting too much. They're giving control over to Weinbach and Wright a little bit too much. They get to dictate play, and Yates and Johns have to defend. It's easy to say just drive the ball, but with players who have such great volleys as Weinbach and Wright do, it's easier said than done.
Points have not been coming in a flurry here in this game, but slowly Weinbach and Wright have built a 3-point advantage.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the kind of game Kyle wants to play here.
Well, Kyle loves the chess aspect of pickleball. That's one of the things that most attracts him to this sport.
Ooh, that is
Matt Wright, that was nasty.
And that was just an excellent exchange.
That initial attack was so well disguised. That's so tough when you when the player's body's moving in such a way that you think they're going to hit cross court down the middle, and instead they lay back that wrist, lay back that paddle, change the angle. Really tough to react to.
And now Weinbach and Wright just 2 points away from game 2.
Which would get us to a decisive game 3, but we've got a timeout and a stoppage. We'll take a break as well.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Franklin, the official bag, glove, and starter set of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Abeo Footwear. Walk more, live more. By Mueller Sports Medicine. And by Baseline Racket Sports.
Back here in Naples, Florida, this has been a fantastic week, and I don't know if anybody's enjoyed it more than our Rusty Howes. Rusty?
Hey, we're here in Margaritaville's License to Chill Lounge with a few fans. What's your name?
Joan.
Where are you from?
Tavares, Florida.
How about you?
Edie from Vero Beach.
And what do you guys think of Margaritaville's License to Chill Lounge here and this view and these games?
This is fantastic experience. I would recommend it to anybody.
How about you?
Little party, little pickle. What could be better than that?
That's right. Some great action from the biggest party in pickleball. Back to you, Dave.
All right, thank you very much, Rusty. Rusty, who has been a big part of pickleball with the Pickleball Channel. And Weinbach unable to catch up with that one. So we'll move to second serve, 9-5-2. Figure if Johns and Yates want to win this match in 2 games, they're going to need to get a stop right here. And indeed they do. So good use out of the timeout. They break both Wright and Weinbach's serve, and they will take over down 5-9.
Yates jumping the corner there. They're appealing to referee Derek Prince that he might have been inside the kitchen when he hit that ball. Let's see if we can see it here.
It looked on the replay like his foot was on the line, but they give the point. So perhaps a missed call there. See whether or not that factors in. Yates unable to catch up with that one.
Yeah, it's a nice 3/4 speed shot from Yates, from Wright, that is, towards Yates' feet. Not hit very hard, but because it was so low and right near Yates' feet, couldn't do a lot with it.
Oh, John's able to flip the wrist and get it past right.
And that's one of the things that intermediate players at home who are watching can notice there is that when players hit those attacking shots, when they speed it up for the first time, they don't quit on the play. They assume that that ball is going to be counterattacked, and so they prepare themselves to play another shot after that. And that's one of the reasons why you see these players handle those fast counterattacks so well, like we saw from Johns there.
7-9-2 now. You hear the reaction out of Dave Weinbach.
Yeah, let's go, let's go.
The serve goes back to Wright and Weinbach.
9-7-1.
Good lob there by Yates.
Nice run down by Dave.
Nice reach there by Ben Johns. Not much that Dave Weinbach was going to be able to do with that one.
Ben shaking his leg ahead like that one's not coming back.
Server. 9-7-2.
Johns and Yates have been climbing their way back. It was 9-5 in favor of Weinbach and Wright. And now the serve's going to head back over to Johns and Yates.
Yeah, it's smart when you do go for a fast shot, an attack shot. It is smart to go down the line. The trouble is, it's also that's where the highest part of the net is. And so you're running to a little bit more risk when you play that ball there.
Yates trying to get what would be his 4th medal and his 3rd gold of this U.S. Open this year. And Yates puts it into the net. One of Kyle's medals earlier this week came in the mixed doubles 19+ age bracket, along with youngster Annalie Waters, just 12 years old, who has really started to open a lot of eyes with her unbelievable ability at such a young age.
She's a phenomenal young lady to watch.
You can see on that last point a bit of a admonishment from Wright telling Weinbach that he had that ball.
Back to just a 1-point game.
Wow.
Wow. Ben Johns showing off the power. And we are knotted at 9 apiece. 4 straight points scored by Johns and Yates. They are 2 points away from the title. And Weinbach and Wright want to use a timeout. It has gotten tight here in Naples in game 2. Beautiful Naples, Florida has been just a great place to be all week long at the 2019 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. Perhaps we are 2 points away from this year's tournament being put in the books. This is the final match of this year's tournament. And Johns and Yates, with the serve, need just 2 points to claim gold.
Yeah, but they really, Weinbach and Wright really need a hold here.
Just wide, just wide.
And Ben Johns looking at the line judge saying, didn't you see that as being in? Apparently he did not.
So we'll play on. Side out.
Yep, 9-9-1 now with Weinbach and Wright. 2 points away from forcing game 3.
miscommunication. But they survived it.
And they take a 10-9 lead. Game point for Weinbach and Wright.
And that ball went into the crowd and over it. Referee Derek Prince is going to grab another ball. You're going to see that Wright checks it to make sure it's the kind of ball he wants. And what players are looking for is that a ball is roughed up, that it's not a brand new ball. But here comes game point, chance for Weinbach and Wright.
To push it to a third.
To push it to a third.
And if they do have this serve broken, they'll have another chance at it because this is the first server.
10-9-1. Yes.
And Weinbach, you hear the roar.
And this one's going to game 3, guys.
Great.
We got ourselves a decisive third game coming up after this exchange. The veteran, Dave Weinbach, saying, not so fast, my friends, here in Naples.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By DuraFast 40, the official pickleball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Selkirk, we are pickleball. And by ILovePickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickle.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto, Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. By Zing Zang. Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin and Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Skechers Arch Fit Footwear, featuring podiatrist certified arch support. And by Highlands leg cramps. Stop your cramp, not your game. Well, a live look at Zing Zang Championship Court right now. We're in a weather delay. We've been here for about an hour. Drew Felios alongside Rusty of Pickleball Channel. Right now, things on Championship Court a little bit quiet. That's not going to be the case, though, throughout the rest of the day. Rusty, right now we're just kind of itching to get going, but we are in a weather delay.
Exactly, and people are bummed out, but there's still some great energy. You know, you can't see it here. At some point we would show you. They're huddled in, they're hitting the vendors, and it's not raining that hard, which is part of what's so frustrating, because you're like, we're almost there, but it's enough to make it dangerous. We are still hopeful. The radar is showing that things are moving through. One of the things a lot of you people might be wondering about is, what does that mean for the rest of the day? Well, the tournament directors have to figure out, do we change our format? For example, they might say, instead of the traditional 2 to 11, they might have to shift to 1 game to 11 or 1 game to 15. All that depends upon time. Bottom of the line, the tournament directors and everybody here wants to try to figure out how to play some more pickleball.
One thing is good, though. They are prepared to go into the night. Of course, you don't want to go too late because you have to play throughout the entire week, but there's plenty of lights here at East Naples Community Park.
And again, that's another example of how much and how amazing this place is and how much the county has committed to it. You have lighted courts, so 60 permanent DecoTurf courts, lighted with the facilities. It's unlike anywhere else in the world. Another unique thing that we want to look at is what's happening with the players, right? So some of these players, the pros, are kind of deciding is like how far, like you said, if this goes into the night, because the split age is still a money bracket, but a lot of them are putting a little bit more of their quote-unquote money on the other games. So you don't want to sacrifice a game you might think is more important. So it's sort of exciting and a little bit tense, but the spirits are really great, and we're glad to have you. Over 1,200 people. We have people all over from all over the place. Stacy, Bonnie Strutton Flag. Thank you guys so much for watching. This match, if you haven't seen it, is, I think, our most popular. There we go. Rain delay. It's our most popular match on Pickleball Channel, and so we hope you're excited to see it. The team here who put it together, a lot of them are here again this week. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to our volunteers. Thanks to Chris and Terry. Thanks to the truck, the crew, everybody. And so we'll let you get back to watch more of this amazing match that you now know is going to game number 3.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles, ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Well, look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita. All-natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks. Ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us. to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
US Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville, sponsored by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Head, official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Babolat, Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by the US Open, the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 23rd to April 30th of 2022.
We've reached a third and final game here in the men's pro doubles in Naples, Florida. And there's a look at some of the final numbers from that first game. Ben Johns and Kyle Yates, 18 unforced errors and 35 block shots for each side. So here we go. Game 3 to decide gold as Kyle Yates during the stoppage opted for a wardrobe change. He had played 5 games of pickleball in that blue shirt.
And the last time we saw these two teams play in a final and on a national championship stage, it went 8-11, 13-11, 11-2, 15-6.
So you're saying we might have some EP tonight?
Well, we already do.
Well, yes, by having a third game,
That's
but
right.
I think the designation for EP is when when it takes more than 11 points to win a game.
You got it. You're right. We could definitely be in for that. I mean, at 11-9, 11-9, right?
Right.
Or 11-9, 9-11. We could see it here.
Or 16-14, 27-25.
You want to be here all night, apparently. I think the fans here would not mind that at all.
Not at all. What a great way to spend a Saturday night.
Meanwhile, Yates and Johns are out to a quick 2-0 start.
Who's going to change it up first?
And Matt Wright.
And it ends up being a good decision.
You know, and we've seen him miss that shot a few times, so that's a good sign for them in the start of this game that he makes that shot.
So 0-2-1 as Weinbach and Wright take over the serve. Oh, Ben Johns, wow.
And what great anticipation by Ben Johns there.
Yeah, that's right. When you see your opponent have the ball behind them like that, where they're reaching for it, it's very hard for them to hit cross court, and Weinbach wasn't able to. Hits down the line instead, and Ben Johns read that situation very well.
It was anticipation, and with the look back at it, speed as well. He's fast.
As are most people in their 20s.
This is true. I guess I should remember it's not been that many years ago. I had a birthday this week, so I am another year older.
Happy belated.
Thank you.
Yates did his best to catch up with that one, but sails out of bounds.
Wright caught him a little bit off guard with that shot.
2-2-2.
Weinbach leaves it short, so the serve now will head back over to Johns and Yates.
2-2-1.
Johns with the defensive lobs.
Well, and right now we see both players doing a good job.
They
of
need a
keeping
drop.
back.
There's the drop. Look at that.
So Matt, I mean, Mark, they were in control at that point. What happened?
Well, that's right. As long as you keep lobbing it, the other team's going to keep hitting hard. And so what they needed was to be able to get that ball low and soft so that it forced an upward hit, that drop as it's known. And after a few attempts, Yates was able to do that, and Ben Johns was able to come in and clean up the garbage.
Kyle's parents, Julie and Larry, they teach pickleball classes
Ooh.
throughout the area. And Kyle Yates,
Did they teach that shot?
Yeah, he's putting on a lesson right now.
That's a nice around the post shot, an ATP as it's known. Here we go, just enough top spin and side spin to get that ball to stay inside the lines.
Kyle will tell you he practices that shot a lot. Says drilling is just as important to him as playing.
Server. Let's go, Matt. 4, 2, 2.
Nice hands by Matt.
Nice hands by both sides.
That's true.
There we go, just too much. Too much firepower there from Yates and Johns, that 1-2 combination. It's smart after you've gone hard at your opponent to go back hard at them again. Often they'll have trouble catching up to it, although Weinbach nearly got that ball back.
Weinbach keeping Yates back.
Kyle doing a great job getting himself back into it. And it's 6 points. They're going to change sides.
4 consecutive points here by Johns and Yates that will bring about the side change. And a match that is closing in on 1 hour long. Fans have been treated to some very competitive and lengthy matches here tonight. It has not been lacking for excitement.
There's that backhand roll, we call it. A little bit of topspin on that backhand side. It's a way to hit the ball hard and still keep it in play. Johns does it better than anyone.
I'd say anybody who got a ticket to Championship Saturday got their money's worth here tonight.
Oh, yeah. And these tickets sell out very quick. People know what this championship night is all about.
Right? Didn't quite get a bounce he was hoping for to be able to play that one.
I think he was hoping for no bounce at all.
So that's true.
So I'm not sure whether the ball was, it looks like he's talking about to Dave that that ball got caught in the lights. That's why he didn't hit it out of the air. Because obviously Wright wants to use that overhead smash whenever he can. 8-2-2.
Wright with one of the best overhead shots in all of pickleball.
And we've seen that on display a couple of times this evening. And they desperately needed that.
Yeah, Kyle knew as soon as he hit it that that ball didn't have enough legs to get past the net. It's going to be a side out, and Weinbach and Wright have some work to do to get back in this third game.
Weinbach and Wright with their backs up against the wall need a rally here in the worst way. And they'll get the first point there.
Yeah, Wright got a little bit of help off the net. Yates was attacking, but that ball clipped the top of the net. You'll see right here. Sits up high, and he doesn't hit it that hard, but hits it on a downward trajectory. Tough to defend against.
Yeah, and at 8-3, Kyle can take a little bit of risk.
Took some there and it paid off. Of course, they don't get a point yet because you only get points when you're serving. But they're 1 point, 1 exchange closer to getting the ball back.
3-8-2. shot down the line.
Speaking of taking risks, they're taking a little bit on that side, Matt and Dave.
You know, they feel like they've got to do something here, right, to make something happen.
Get a little more aggressive.
Great angle, and Weinbach tries to go around the post, but cannot get it in bounds.
That was just a terrific angle by Kyle.
So now the serve going back over, and Kyle Yates offers it up.
So we're seeing Ben Johns typically go, not always, but often go for that third shot drive, that low fastball as the return gets hit. Yates has almost always hit third shot drops. We'll see what happens here. Another drive.
Oh.
That'll move them 2 points away. 9-4-2.
Dave's always talking about respecting the net. It's not respecting him much right now.
Dave has had so much success in the history of this tournament.
Yeah, he is a two-time U.S. Open Men's Pro champion here with Kyle Yates. Kyle, a three-time champion.
Huge moment here, and that's won by Weinbach and Wright as they'll get the serve back.
Well disguised here. Wright made it look like he was just going to play a soft little dink, but instead flicks that wrist. Backhand drive.
It's actually a point.
5-9.
That was a nice overhead.
And make it 6-9.
No, it's actually going to be second serve.
Okay, yes. So 5-9-2 as it goes out of bounds. You mentioned that Dave had won the gold the first 2 years of this tournament in this bracket. Had to settle for the silver last year, but trying to close in on getting another gold here. Back to a 3-point hole.
Getting interesting.
So at this point, Johns and Yates have to be getting a little bit nervous. Weinbach and Wright are playing with a little more confidence here. Let's see what happens here if Johns can stop them.
They've got the momentum.
Oh.
I mean, this is one of the reasons I love pickleball, and I know people who play see Kyle Yates saying, right now, now's our chance. Is, you know, the game, you can't just run out the clock, right? You have to play until the very end, and it forces players to come up with good shots and good points, not just at the beginning or middle, but all the way through the match.
John's going for it, but it is wide, so that'll move us to 9-7-2. Some muscle.
No, we have a championship point.
Yeah, good defense there from Yates until Ben Johns has a chance.
10-7-2.
I'm surprised they're not calling a timeout.
Ooh.
And that'll do it. Kyle Yates and Ben Johns, they are close friends more to the younger Ben Johns. And for the first time, they have won a gold medal here at the U.S. Open in the men's pro doubles division. It was hard fought, but in the end, the youngsters who spent so much time on these courts here in Naples, Florida together, they indeed are the champions. We will crown them with the medals and hear from the winners after this timeout. A few looks at how it ended here on Championship Saturday, and in the end, the boys from Florida, Ben Johns and Kyle Yates, they win the gold. A look at some of the final numbers from that third and decisive game. And time to welcome them in and time to award them with their gold medals. Gentlemen, come on up. Jack Wirt, the Executive Tourism Director with Collier County, is here, and he's going to present the gold medals.
Let's start with Kyle here. Here we go. Congratulations. Really appreciate the really great match. This was wonderful. Thanks.
In addition to the medals, they also, of course, get their prize-winning checks, which have gotten bigger and bigger, by the way, with this tournament, as well as the head championship headgear and the head sweats and the head footwear. Thank you so much, Jack. And Kyle, you're no stranger to doing these post-match interviews. How tough was that against Dave Weinbach and Matt Wright in the championship?
We're just getting it done, you know. We were down big the first game. I told Ben, I was like, dude, just keep fighting. We got this. I know we had a battle with them at Nationals last year, and we were down, and we came back. So I told Ben, I was like, dude, just keep fighting. It's never over. And, man, this kid, you know, carried me. I felt like Yoda and Luke Skywalker's back for a little bit of that. He's cramping a little bit halfway through that, but he picked me up, and it was great, man.
It's your fourth gold in this event, but your third different partner. Are we going to see you again with Ben next year?
I'm not sure I'm playing with Ben next year, unfortunately. We'll see. We'll see. But no, I really have to thank Paddletech for this, man. They've supported me 4 years in a row, gave me the equipment to make me play my best, man. And I couldn't travel and play without them. And one more person I want to thank is my Uncle Mike, who's up in the stands, man. He got me playing pickleball when I was 16. And he had a stroke a little less than a year ago. And wasn't sure he'd be able to play anymore. And he's played this week and won matches, dude. So he's my hero.
Let's hear it for Mike as well as for Kyle. And Ben, I do want to ask you, I know you've developed a strong friendship here with Kyle. I know he was your mentor. What does this mean to you to win a gold alongside him?
So much. It really means a lot to me. He basically taught me so much, and I just really appreciate him as a friend, as a player, and I wouldn't rather win this with anybody else. It's amazing to have him as a partner. I'm just so happy.
And it's your first gold in the U.S. Open in a doubles format, so this one has to be special for you.
It really is, yeah. I haven't done quite so well in the past few years, and I was really hoping to do well in this one, and came out on top. It's amazing.
Well, congratulations to you both. Thanks so much. You've been great champion. You've been a great champion. I know that your future is just getting started. That's going to do it for our coverage here for CBS Sports Network. But for Mark Renison, Melissa McCurley, Rusty Howes, and the rest of our fantastic crew, thank you to you for joining us as well. I'm Dave Benz from Naples, Florida. We'll see you next time on the CBS Sports Network.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
No matter how you stay active, you don't want a leg cramp to mess up your day. Highlands Leg Cramps has been America's #1 leg cramp relief solution for over 10 years. The flavorless tablets dissolve quickly onto your tongue. No water needed, no stomach upset. So you can keep going. No matter what you're doing, don't let a leg cramp slow you down. Highlands Leg Cramps. Available at your favorite retailer. Stop your cramp, not your day. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When I step onto the court, I get a burst of adrenaline. That adrenaline makes me focus, and that focus helps me win.
I love looking out and seeing my teammates standing there, supporting me, cheering me on.
People always ask me, what do you want out of a pickleball brand? For me, it's simple. Performance products and support.
Performance is a head game.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Dick's. Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. By Zing Zang. Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin and Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Skechers. Skechers Arch Fit Footwear, featuring podiatrist certified arch support. And by Highlands. Highlands Leg Cramps. Stop your cramp, not your game.
And we're back again looking live at Championship Court here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. We're taking a brief break to you. Thank you so much to all you guys who are watching. It's Rusty from Pickleball Channel, Ryan, David, John Davison, Bill, Michael, the people who are watching that amazing replay. And in fact, I'm going to be here in the booth, joined with Aaron Stahl from Franklin. So we have some exciting news. Hey, again, it's Rusty.
Hey, guys.
Welcome, Aaron Stahl from Franklin. That was actually, you were watching the first time that Ben Johns was sponsored by Franklin. In fact, you have a fun story about what happened with that paddle, right?
Absolutely. So it was a very quick turnaround. We finalized the deal with Ben, and we're coming up on the Open. Very excited to put him in with a Franklin paddle here. And in order to make that happen, we had to fly down. I actually flew down directly to the paddle testing facility in Baltimore to have hand deliver those paddles to get them approved prior to the U.S. Open.
Yeah, so it wasn't even on the market yet, and it had to be approved by the governing body.
That's correct.
Right down to the wire, and you brought it in, and sure enough, he wins gold. So how's that for a sponsor? That's pretty great, right?
Absolutely.
And so one of the exciting things we also want to do, Franklin has been a sponsor from year to year, and I remember actually when Franklin first showed up. And so first of all, thanks you for sponsoring such a great event for so many years. And you guys, we got something special coming out, so hang on just a second. So in the beginning, Franklin wasn't a part of it. I remember Pickleball Channel, there's only so many sponsors. And then as a company, you guys, you know, you're right where my dad grew up in Stoughton and Brockton, you know, in just south of Boston. This company that's been in American sporting goods for a long time. Why did you guys get into pickleball?
You know, Franklin's a third-generation family-owned business, and our third-generation owner, Adam Franklin, is wildly passionate about the game, and we learned about it from our retail partners. And how often do you have the opportunity to get involved in the fastest growing sport in America? at the ground floor. And so, you know, it's been sort of a dunk tank for us for the last 4 years, but we've learned quickly, adapted, and you know, work to try and bring the best products we can for all levels of players.
Yeah, and so the products that you have been involved in has evolved, right? So you've been in soccer and softball and many, many other sports. And Franklin, you know, most of you know the Franklin brand, everything from pro sports. I know the batting gloves and stuff like that. But coming into pickleball, one of the new things that you're excited about this year is what?
That this year is the first year that we are the official ball here of the U.S. Open with our Franklin X40.
Got one in your hands there?
That's right. It's you know, it's really been our flagship item in pickleball for the last 3.5 years. When we first launched it, it was right after our first trip here to the U.S. Open. And, you know, Chris and Terry have done such a wonderful job over the years growing this event and creating a platform for the sport to show the best and brightest stars of this sport.
Yeah,
and so, you know, it's been a goal for us for, you know, as long as I've been involved and as long as Franklin's been in the sport, to partner with them to try and, you know, continue to build this event as much as we possibly can.
Right, absolutely. You got the big banner out front.
That's
I remember
right.
the first time I drove through that parking area and I saw that. And so the X40 ball, it's different. You know, there's some things I've heard a lot of positive things, and everybody has their favorite glove or their favorite paddle or whatever. But what are a few of the things that people say they like about the ball? Yeah,
absolutely. And when it comes down to sporting equipment, there's always going to be things that people like and things that people are entitled to their opinion.
People have their preferences, for sure.
What we've, you know, set out to do is create a ball that plays great for everyone. Whether you're a 3-0 player here playing competitive tournaments or you're a top-level pro, we wanted to create a ball that was enjoyable for you to play with. So, you know, some of the key features are, first of all, it's a hard plastic ball. So you're able to still play at a pretty quick rate, and if you hit a winner, it should stay down and be a winner. But, you know, not everyone needs to play with the fastest ball or enjoys playing with the fastest ball, and that can provide some difficulty at the lower level. So we have a ball that we feel fits very nicely in that niche, and it's, you know, it's just soft enough that you have good feel on it. You can put some spin on it and have a great time playing no matter what your level is, but it's going to play true.
Yeah, and you definitely cannot have a tournament like this. Well, you can't play pickleball without a ball.
That's right.
And there's certainly people are always in need. And like you said, tennis has lots of different types of balls. I think Irina Tereshchenko was talking about how many different balls are in tennis. And so you have that variety, and you definitely can't have tournaments like this without our sponsors. Without the entire pro bracket doesn't exist without sponsors.
Absolutely.
So we appreciate what Franklin is committing. You know, we know you guys are in Target and Walmart, and you sort of got national distribution now,
Absolutely.
right? And so just thanks not only to Franklin, but thank you to all the sponsors. But the special thing, if you are currently, we're going to do a little giveaway,
That's right.
So what are we going to be giving away?
So we will be giving away a sling bag and a 12-pack of Franklin pickleballs.
So over your shoulder. So Franklin's the official ball and bag of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville. So balls and a bag. So in order to do that, we can't do it live because we want to make sure everybody has a chance. So we want to make sure you like and follow Pickleball channel, the Minto U.S. Open Facebook page. Those are tagged right now on this live feed. But also if you go to the pictures over my shoulder, Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, their Facebook page. We're going to take the names from there. Also our YouTube subscribers. So I'm on Facebook right now, but we're simultaneously on YouTube. So those subscribers and those followers, we're going to take those names, put them in a randomizer, and somebody's going to be getting a bunch of balls and a bag. So
fantastic.
Thank you for your support. Coming up next, update on the weather. It's looking good. We're hoping maybe we can start drying the courts soon. And we're going to be watching the mixed pro doubles from 2019, an amazing match. It's coming to you now. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Rusty.
2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ILovePickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, sponsored by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Head, official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Babolat, Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by the U.S. Open, the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 23rd to April 30th of 2022.
In 2016, Naples, Florida staked its claim as pickleball capital of the world, hosting the inaugural U.S. Open in a state-of-the-art facility. 3 years later, the Open is bigger and better than ever. The best players in the world hail to paradise in the quest to add their names to the small and prestigious list of U.S. Open champions. The U.S. Open Mixed Pro Doubles is next on CBS Sports Network. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more beautiful setting than the white sand beaches of Naples, Florida. And what a week it has been in Naples, Florida, as the sport of pickleball celebrates its greatest tournament for a fourth consecutive year. The 2019 U.S. Open Pickleball Championships are right here at East Naples Community Park, Zing Zang Championship Court. It is sold out, and they are ready to watch tonight's featured match, the Pro Mixed Doubles Gold Medal match. And welcome to Naples, everybody. Dave Benz hanging out with Melissa McCurley of PickleballTournaments.com, Mark Rennison of Third Shot Sports. Guys, last year it was Simone Jardim and Kyle Yates over Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright. We have a rematch this year. Melissa, why might it be different this time around?
Yeah, well, 6 months later, we had the same matchup at the Indian Wells National Tournament, and there was a different outcome. Lucy and Matt took that championship, and they're going to be looking to take their first championship for the U.S. Open here tonight.
But of course, Yates and Jardim have the home court advantage, both being from Southwest Florida. The crowd's going to be on their side, and this is going to be electric.
And it has been a great atmosphere. This has proven to be a great tournament. It has grown by leaps and bounds since it began in 2016. Last year, 1,900 participants, over 2,100 this year, an age range between 10 and 86. The purse has grown bigger, and this all for a sport that had very humble beginnings up in the Pacific Northwest. And for more on the origins of the sport of pickleball, let's check in with Rusty House.
Hey everyone, you might not know it. The sport of pickleball was actually created back in 1965 in Bainbridge Island in Washington. A few local families were looking for a way to have fun. In the last 54 years, the sport's grown exponentially, not just in the US, but around the world. One exciting thing is the addition of a pro bracket, which actually got started here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. More and more athletes are joining the bracket, and you are about to get to see some amazing athleticism and skills right here on Zing Zang Championship Court. So back to you, Dave.
All right, thank you very much, Rusty. We are excited to get the action started. The first serve in our gold medal mixed pro doubles match coming up after this timeout here on CBS Sports Network.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Latitude Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. By Paddle Tech, official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. And by Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast.
The fans have been piling in here to East Naples Community Park. They are excited to see Championship Saturday here at the Zing Zang Championship Court and the gold medal match for the mixed pro doubles, as Simone Jardim and Kyle Yates, the #1 seed, will square off against Lucy Kovalova and Matt Wright, the #2 seed. It is 84 degrees. Heat index not as bad as it has been earlier this week, only 89 degrees on Friday. It was in triple digits most of the day. But we are just about set, and Simone Jardim will control the first serve.
And this should be a very, very exciting match. 6 months ago, these teams played against each other in the national tournament, Matt and Lucy winning that one. So I know that Kyle and Simone are not going to want to give up their U.S. Open titles they own here.
Yeah, we mentioned at the top that it was Jardim and Yates that won the gold in a matchup against Kovalova and Wright last year, and they side out to start this match. And Kovalova and Wright actually got up to a good start in that match here last year. They won the first game 11-6, but then fell in the next two games 11-5, 11-2. Wright flicks it off the net cord, and if you're new to pickleball, each side gets each server before the service changes side to the other side of the net, with the exception being the opening serve. As you saw, Jardim only got the one, and a nice put away there, and that'll give the serve back now to Yates and Jardim.
And they'll play the best 2 out of 3 to 11, win by 2. And you talked about last year, and today this is the 5th match to get here to the finals. Lucy and Matt did go, they did get contested when they played against Paranto and Farias. It took them 3 to take that. Simone and Kyle pretty much uncontested all the way to the final.
Matt cut in front of Lucy to try and take that one and ends up hitting it into the net. So our first point of the match is on the board.
So that's a pattern that you're going to see regularly throughout this match, is that both of the guys, Yates and Wright, are going to look to threaten, to cover the middle of the net, to see if they can intercept a ball that's still a little bit high, like you saw right there.
Well, that was right on cue, Mark.
I mean, it's so valuable. It's so valuable if you can get the ball when it's high above the net, because you can hit down on it. And so we call that a poach when you come across in front of your partner to intercept that ball. And Yates gave a clinic on it right there.
And Kyle is the youngest player on the court tonight, but extremely experienced.
Won a gold in his first ever tournament he ever played in pickleball at the age of 19.
I was there that night.
So here's a great example of why pickleball is not just about hitting hard, not just about offense, but also defending well to give yourself a chance to win. And you saw Jardim dig that ball out. It was down near her feet. She got one more ball back, giving her a chance to finish the point.
And And that was smart by Lucy, changing that up. Kyle not necessarily expecting her to go behind him, but perhaps get into just a dinking pattern with Simone. Good job.
All 4 of these players do have a tennis background. Kovalova moved from Slovenia to Kansas to play tennis at Wichita State. She puts it into the net there. Matt Wright, he played tennis at the University of Michigan. Simone Jardim, a tennis background. She actually was the tennis coach at Michigan State for a period of time. And Kyle Yates played high school tennis at Cypress Lake High School right here in Fort Myers. Great patience. Simone going for the around the post, but she's not able to get it in bounds. That is a legal shot in pickleball. It does not have to go over the net, but it does have to land in bounds, and that effort by Jardim does not.
Of course, one of the things that newer viewers will have to be aware of is what's known as the non-volley zone, and that's that 7-foot space between the net and that first white line. The red space that you see in the court is the non-volley zone, also known as the kitchen. Players are not allowed to play volleys. They're not allowed to hit the ball out of the air if they're standing in that zone. So you'll see the players do what they're doing here. They come very close to it. They're allowed to reach over it. They just can't be volleying if they're in that space. So it's a real advantage to get up close to that ball, try to intercept it when it's high, but be careful not to volley in the kitchen or you'll be awarded a fault.
Yeah, so Lucy just went behind Kyle again, catching him once again by surprise. She's not going to want to get too predictable with that.
Great backhand there by Kovalova.
And she just set that up perfectly.
Yeah, so those soft, low shots that you hit back and forth are sometimes known as a dink. And the goal with those shots isn't necessarily to win the point, but it's to put the ball in a position where your opponents can't do much damage. And so you're going to see the players, you're seeing it right here now, play those dinks back and forth to each other, patiently waiting, hoping one of them hits a ball that's slightly elevated, and then they can attack.
Jardim hits it into the net, so that'll make it 2-3-1. When we say the score, it is the serving team score first, followed by the receiving teams, followed by which server it is.
Wow.
So there's an example of a ball that's slightly too high. Matt Wright is a very tall player, has a long reach forward into that non-volley zone, can get it when it's above net level and hit down for a winner.
Folks here at the U.S. Open quizzed some of the more highly rated pros leading into the tournament, and Matt Wright was nearly unanimously noted for his hand quickness at the net as one of the best in the entire sport.
Yeah, he may be considered next to Ben Johns, the quickest hands for the men player.
Well, I remember when I received that email from the people that were putting that together, and it's so tough to decide because, I mean, Kyle Yates on the other side of the court. How do you say that his hands aren't quick or that he's not fast or he doesn't have great patience or put away skills? And so it really is an embarrassment of riches out here tonight with the level of play, the quality of players. This is going to be a treat.
And the field has just gotten deeper and better as this tournament has gone on, and Matt Wright able to put that one away. So it'll move to 5-3-2 and 4 unanswered points here for Kovalova and Wright.
And you talk about how deep the field has gotten. We saw that in Riley and Lindsay Newman earlier today. They have really improved.
Off the net cord, and Matt Wright says thank you very much. He also is noted for having one of the best overheads in the entire sport, and he puts it on display there.
Yeah, sometimes the ball hitting the top of the net hurts you, setting it up for your opponent as it did there. In the case of Kyle Yates, got up too high, and Wright knows what to do with that.
Wright showing off that hand quickness in that exchange, and it's quite a run that they've gone on. Now a 7-3 lead.
The quickness and accuracy and speed, Dave. And he's putting it all on display.
And that is long. And, you know, you mentioned it at the top, Melissa, that they did win this matchup in Indian Wells. But you talk about the U.S. Open, that's a whole nother category. They would love to get a gold. They've got a lead here. We're taking a timeout. Back here in Naples, Florida, as we continue on this mixed pro doubles match. And guys, Simone Jardim, this is the 45th, now 46th career match that she has played at the U.S. Open here in Naples. Her career record, 44-1.
It's just incredible. I mean, there's a lot of wonderful, great players playing pickleball at a high level.
And she's now trailing 9-3. The one match she did lose came back in 2017 in a mixed doubles pairing against this same matchup of Matt Wright and Lucy Kovalova. And on that date in 2017, she lost. She was playing in the mixed doubles age 25 plus bracket, and it was her teammate Oliver Strecker at that point.
Oliver Strecker, yeah, I think they won the mixed doubles open that year as well. Oliver now back over in Germany, which is where he is from.
They get a big break there, get the serve back, as they had given up 9 unanswered points. Can they answer?
I was talking with Simone earlier this week about this exact situation, actually, when another player goes on a run, right? Another team goes on a run, and they rattle off a few points in a row about what to do with it. And she said, look, the thing that people don't understand is that you don't have to just keep doing more and more and more. That's what the opponents are hoping for, is that you take more risk and make more errors. You really just need to weather the storm. You need to have some confidence that the opponents aren't going to be able to maintain this high level. Lucy was unlucky off the top of the net there, and so that's what I'm sure that Yates and Jardim were talking about on the break. They can't keep this up forever. Let's just hang tough. Let's make them play balls. We're going to see if they can do that here.
So now 5-9-1 after that point, and this stop there on the break by Wright. And that will change the service as Simone Jardim will take over. 5-9-2 now.
So the ball was called out. The line judge wasn't as loud. It's quite loud in here. There's a lot of fans in here, people that are excited. 6-9-2.
So 3 straight points for Yates and Jardim.
We have Chad Edwards, who's doing the stats for us. What does he have so far on drops versus drives?
Wow, what a job by Simone to track that down. She was hoping it was going to land out of bounds, and then she recovers to get in position.
You'll see both players would prefer to take the ball out of the air, giving the other player less time when they're doing the dinking here.
Both sides showing great patience.
Yates wants to get involved in this point here.
Ooh, great recovery by Simone, and then hit long by Yates.
Yeah, the only time he did get involved was on a virtually impossible shot to recover. So you can see the players backed up. Jardim and Yates back up, try to give themselves a little more time, just can't handle it. 9-6-1. This is a game to 11, and Wright and Kovalova just 2 points away from taking this first game.
They'll make it 9-6-2.
Yeah, and a great job by Kyle there, getting the ball down.
Yeah, it's very difficult to deal with balls that are down near your shoelaces, and so when players get those high balls, that's where they're looking to hit it, down into the ground. Oh, so that ball was called out by the linesperson. Jardim knows that it was in. She's going to overrule him, and I'm sure that our referee is going to side with Yates.
Well, they're still discussing.
Yeah.
So there you go. It is game point.
Defer to the players. The crowd likes that. Good sportsmanship.
And in a lot of pickleball tournaments, there are no line judges. Players do have to make their own calls.
And this is game point here.
Oh, down the line. And they're the serve, and they will get a chance to try to climb out of this hole as it heads back to the other side of the net.
And that was just a beautiful inside-out forehand from Simone behind Matt.
Line judge calling that serve out.
Maybe a little bit of wind or a little bit of adrenaline, maybe both.
6-10-2. Nice defense by Kovaleva, better offense by Yates.
So this is what you're going to see from Yates and Jardim right now, is when he can get his paddle on the ball, he knows there's not going to be a lot of opportunities. He's really going to do something offensive, which could work for them, and it did in that point for sure.
Simone, the unforced error into the net, and that will give the serve back over to Kovalova and Wright. A chance again to close out this game.
10-7-1.
Kovalova has won 2 medals this week, a gold in the women's doubles, age 25 plus, and a bronze in the women's singles.
Here it goes.
And that's going to be it.
And that's going to wrap up game 1, 11-7. So much like a year ago, Kovalova and Wright draw first blood. Another look at the game points. And we will have a brief timeout. We'll go to the all-important game 2 after this break here on CBS Sports Network.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. By Head, official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And by Onyx Pickleball, because winning is fun.
Welcome back to the 2019 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. Some great sponsors have been on board with this tournament from the very beginning, but it continues to grow and grow in popularity. And that first game, 11-7 in favor of Kovalova and Matt Wright. And they will control the serve here to start game number 2, 0-0-2. Dave Benz, Melissa McCurley, and Mark Renison along with you from Naples, Florida.
Great to be here with you, gentlemen.
Fantastic to be back with you all as well. Great look at our kitchen cam there.
0-0-1.
And the serve changes side off that unforced error. So 0-0-1 now. Yates exploiting an opportunity there. Kyle Yates, who in his U.S. Open career has won 14 total medals. 10 of them have been gold, including another one this year in the gold 19 plus mixed doubles alongside youngster Anna Lee Waters, who's just 12 years old. And that is a little bit long by Matt Wright.
And how impressive was she this week? She's at 12 years old, just phenomenal, already showing that she has the ability to compete with the women's pro level.
She is going to be a force to be reckoned with. As she told us earlier this week, pickleball is her passion. She wants to see how far it can take her and how far she can take it. So 2-0-2 now is, that shot is errant. Yates takes over. All 4 of these players have won at least 1 gold medal this week. Simone's came in the women's pro singles. In fact, she's trying to repeat as a Triple Crown winner.
She is. She is the only one left in the tournament that has the opportunity to do so. Cammie McGregor got close with 2 golds and 1 silver. Silver coming in the women's senior singles.
3-0-2.
So 3-0-2. Yates and Jardim are got to be very happy with this start. It's been a couple loose points from Wright and Kovalova.
Although they started game 1 3-0 as well, and then gave up a big run to fall in a big hole. Kovalova and Wright both play out of Wichita, Kansas.
Yeah.
You can see where Jardine aimed that shot low on the forehand side and right near Matt Wright's right hip, and that's a really difficult spot to defend against. Smart place to go when you get a ball that you want to speed up.
And Dave, Matt is a corporate lawyer back in Kansas, and Lucy is a tennis and pickleball pro. She teaches at the Wichita Country Club.
After attending Wichita State, as we mentioned, moved from Slovenia to Wichita.
And it's actually great to see her in this final. Not 5 weeks ago, she had to have a surgical procedure, and we weren't sure if she was going to be 100% for this tournament, and she's showing she's 100% and more.
Lucy says she actually learned pickleball from YouTube and internet research. Thought it was boring at first, but it has become one of the things she's most passionate about now.
Wonder how many of those videos were from Third Shot Sports.
Third Shot Sports, Pickleball channel, I'm sure, as well. We saw Rusty Howes at the top of the broadcast, by the way. He was earlier tonight awarded.
Oh.
Wow. How about that? Kyle Yates, man, he'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, but it was the right decision here. I mean, look, Lucy is playing tremendous defense, getting the ball back. He's looking to just drop it. And if she can do anything with it when she gets there, he's still in an offensive position.
Started to mention, though, Rusty Howe is recognized for his efforts with Pickleball Channel and the impact he's had on this tournament and this sport before we got started tonight. Well deserved. And we'll hear from him on the sidelines a little bit later on in the broadcast. But congratulations to Rusty. I know he was visibly moved by the award.
Yeah, very well deserved. He and Pickleball Channel have done so much, and his team for pickleball. I was moved myself.
Here's that cross-court dinking pattern we've seen between the women all night.
And anybody who's played pickleball will have an appreciation for how difficult this finesse part of the game is. They make it look so easy off the net cord and out of bounds.
Yeah, and one of the reasons, especially for some of our viewers at home who might be newer to pickleball, might be asking, why is it that they're hitting these balls so softly? Well, the court is only 44 feet long, and if you receive a ball that's down low and you're up near the net, if you hit that ball fast and you hit it up to get it up and over the net, it's likely to go out, and good players will let those balls go out. So as long as you receive a ball that's quite low below the net, like most of these are, you're really limited with what you can do, with how hard you can hit. And so what they're trying to do here is just give their opponent a taste of their own medicine, is put that ball low where they can't do much damage until there is an opportunity.
Oh, wow. And Simone's defense is just incredible. Did you see how low she was and how low she kept that ball?
Yeah, so it's much easier to handle balls when they're close to you, right? When they're close to your midsection. And if you're standing up very tall and that ball's down very low, it's easy to make a mistake. So these players will get down low to those balls so they have a little bit more control over them.
Right, continuing to hit it back to Jardine. They seem to be targeting her more than Kyle, and it pays off there.
Yeah, and Lucy, both teams actually, Lucy does a really good job of getting as close to that kitchen line as she can. She's quite tall, and she has some great reach, and as soon as the ball gets up just a little bit, she's looking to put it away.
So far, Wright has been more aggressive. Kyle has been content to let Simone deal with most of the balls that are coming his way, or her way, whereas Wright does take over more of that center part of the court, really just leaving Lucy's forehand available to be balls that she tries to put away.
Wright hits it into the net, so move it to 1-4-2 here in game 2. Best of 3 to decide gold here in the pro mixed doubles. 4th year ever for this tournament, and Simone unable to catch up with that one, so it'll close to 2-4.
You might want to remind our viewers that you can only actually score a point when your team is the serving team. So what you do is you try to get the ball back to be the servers, and that means you've got to win points one against each of your opponent's servers.
And
so
the serve will be gotten back here by Jardim and Yates, holding this 4-2 lead.
So now is their opportunity to score, try to build on what they've got so far.
Sold out Zing Zang Championship Court on this championship Saturday. And Yates into the net. This tournament drew over 2,100 participants this year, a new record for the U.S. Open. They sold out registration in a little more than 3 hours.
Yeah, and you know, that's there were more people that we had wanted to get in, but at 50 courts over 7 days, running over 4,300 matches, setting records on Sunday.
Nice. You mean there's a limit to what you can do, Melissa? There's a limit to what you can do?
No, there's just a limit to the capacity of the venue. And this is the largest venue in pickleball today. So it just shows the popularity of the tournament, and it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, there's no question. And the best part about this tournament is not only the quality of the play and the numbers and the purse has gone up, we talked about at the top of the broadcast, but the excitement, the electricity, the party atmosphere here in Naples. And that's why the players love coming here so much.
Yeah, it's known as the biggest party in pickleball.
And Yates, you saw him happy with the result there, as it does just to land inbounds back on that baseline. So 2-4-2 now.
So that point sort of went downhill for Yates and Jardim early on. The return of serve from Yates was a little bit short, a little bit high. That gave Wright an opportunity to use that strong forehand and really put Yates and Jardim on the defensive. Typically, you want the return of serve to either be deep or to be low so that a drive is less effective.
Kovalova misses on the execution there.
4-3-1.
So back to Jardim and Yates with the serve.
Second serve.
4-3-2 now.
So you'll see right now that Kovalova and Wright are both standing on the same side of the court. It's Kovalova's responsibility right now to return serve from the left side, but she doesn't have to stay there, and she prefers playing on the right side and Matt Wright on the left. And so that's called stacking, when you stack both your players on the same side of the court, because you have responsibilities for who the server is or responsibility for who the returner is, but then you can adjust.
And so many players at the highest levels especially, they will stack to try and put themselves in a beneficial situation.
Yeah, you can see Yates and Jardim doing it as well. Both of these teams typically will stack whenever their score is an even number. Although we're seeing a little bit of a switch here with Jardim and Yates. You see she's going to start on the left-hand side, but I suspect this is just a bluff, and after Yates returns the serve, I suspect they're going to switch and Jardim is going to play.
Yeah, based on that signal she gave, you are absolutely right, Mark.
Kovalova off the net.
I'd love to see, by the way, I'd love to see these two women, who are obviously targeting each other, line up straight ahead from each other instead of on a diagonal. One of the interesting things about pickleball, we talked about the non-volley zone. You can't volley if you're in it, but you're allowed to move right up close to the net, just outside of the sideline. And if the two women were lined up head-to-head like that, that might create an opportunity for one of them to come up right near that net and intercept it. That's called an Ernie.
5-3-1.
Earlier this week, we saw Tyler Lung really showing the potential of the Ernie if you can exploit that. His athleticism was impressive getting over that corner, and they will exploit it.
The Ernie, also known as the ATP, around the post. And
well, slightly different, right? Because around the post they're similar. You're often pulled out wide and you want to hit that ball around the post. You're not necessarily standing right up near the net when that happens. But both of these are sort of, not trick shots, but really valuable specialty shots, I think we could say.
Great decision there by Kovalova as she changed the script and caught Kyle Yates a little bit off guard.
She's done a good job of doing that throughout this match so far.
Great touch by both sides, and then Wright thought he could exploit an opening. It's hit long.
Yeah, they were showing a lot of patience there, the two ladies, and Matt thought he might be able to get in there and change the pattern.
So some viewers might be wondering, well, why didn't you just hit it over them? Why not just lob it over their head? The court from that other kitchen line, from the non-volley zone, is only 29 feet. And these players are so athletic and quite tall that if you do give them that lob, that high ball, more often than not, it's either going to go out, it's going to go long, or they're going to be able to get to it and hit an offensive shot.
Yates and Jardim have opened up a 4-point lead here as Wright was just wide.
And they started off with a 4-point lead.
We have seen this week a lot of players. Stephanie Lane comes to mind, really employing that lob shot. But more so in the senior pro division than the regular pro division.
Yeah, I think Mark is going to tell us about it.
Well, we've seen just one lob so far today. It was well hit. It was sort of at the appropriate time where the opponent was leaning forward and did catch them off guard. And so, you know, how effective your lob can be is largely a function of how fast your opponents are. If you're playing quick players, then a lob can be risky. And you know, we just saw someone get hit by the ball. That's a regular part of pickleball, to hit hard at your opponents, to handcuff them, and you know, no one takes it personally, but it's part of pickleball.
3-7-2. Wright and Kovalova trying to see if they can get back into this game after taking game one.
And it is a hard plastic ball that we're playing with.
The lob paid off there for Yates. It was a little bit too high for Kovalova to get.
Yeah, it looks like she mistimed that jump a little bit, went up a bit too early for it, went off the tip of her paddle and out.
So 7-3-1. And make it 7-3-2.
7-3-2.
Nice shot there by Wright.
Very nice.
Took advantage of Yates' momentum, taking him away from the sideline.
So there's that poach from Yates, trying to be aggressive, get those balls over the middle of the court. Of course, that leaves his side open, and if he doesn't finish the point, which is very hard to do against a player like Matt Wright, then it could be risky.
3-7-1. Make it 3-7-2.
And Kyle and Simone doing a good job of keeping both Matt and Lucy off that kitchen line, keeping them back, which is what you want to try to do in pickleball.
Kovalova hits it long. Kovalova and Wright combined amongst them, they've accounted for 27 total medals in U.S. Open history. 15 of them have been golds. In fact, Lucy's the second most decorated medalist in the history of this tournament, with 16 total coming into this match tonight. Only Dave Weinbach with 17 has won more. But this is the one that has eluded her. This mixed doubles gold.
So a little bit of defense of his own from Yates. Kovalova looked like she thought that ball might be going out. It doesn't. I think Lucy could have hit that and let it go. Seems like she lost a little bit of a sense of where exactly she was on the court relative to that sideline. 8-3.
Make it 9-3-1, 2 points away.
Here comes the timeout.
And indeed, they will use a timeout. We'll take a quick break as well. Yates and Jardim trying to draw even in the match. Back here in beautiful Naples, Florida, game 2 in this best of 3. And Rusty House has been with us all week long. He's working the sidelines today. He's out there in the stands. Let's throw it over to Rusty.
Hey, thanks, Dave. We're here with Claire and a whole bunch of folks from Michigan. We're in one of these amazing sideline goal boxes. Game number 1, everything's pretty incredible. It's really tight here. Let's get back to the action.
Pretty good seat for you right there, Rusty. Fantastic match going on right now as Yates and Jardim are 2 points away from tying this thing up and getting it to a third and decisive game. And I don't think anybody would be surprised and think that this would go to 3 games.
No, these are the best players in the world.
These were the number 1 and number 2 seeds coming into the tournament in this bracket. Wow. Nice defense there by Yates and Jardim.
Oh, wow, and they're showing it just one right here.
It's a makeable ball.
Oh, nice use of the timeout.
Yep, and they break Yates' serve, so now Jardim will take over. 9-3-2 now.
Yates has a good backhand, but of the two between his forehanded backhand, that is the one where he's prone to a few more mistakes, a few more errors. You can see that's 2 in a row right there, and he's a little disappointed in himself that he didn't do more with those opportunities.
Yeah, and there is a little bit of wind in here, and it looks like the way the flags are blowing, there could be a little wind in his face.
So make it 4-9-1.
And he's making some gesture into the crowd as if somebody's distracting him.
Yeah, he's giving him a shush.
Yeah.
You know what? It is really a party atmosphere here, and this is one of the things that, as pickleball evolves as a sport at the professional level, that players need to be able to.
Nice winner.
He said, yeah, now you can. Yeah. You need to be able to compete at that level with those kinds of distractions, and it's not an easy task at all.
We mentioned Yates is a local kid, went to high school in Fort Myers, briefly attended college at the University of Florida before deciding he would pursue pickleball more seriously. Also is a great rep for Paddle Tech.
He's spent some time up in the Pacific Northwest during the summer, working and helping out with pickleball at Pickleball Central.
Ball would have gone out.
Great exchange going right now between these 4.
Oh,
there's the around the post, but it goes off the edge of the post. Jardim had it lined up. She thought just the angle was a little too tight.
It's the second ATP that she's tried in this match, and neither has been fruitful.
5-9-2.
So 5-9-2. And 6-9-2 as it tightens up.
I'd love to see Yates and Jardim try something new here. Give them a different look. Maybe they're going to talk about that over this timeout.
Yeah, they'll use their first of their 2 timeouts allotted for this game. We'll take a break as well from Naples, Florida.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Franklin, the official bag, glove, and starter set of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Abeo Footwear. Walk more, live more. By Mueller Sports Medicine. And by Baseline Racket Sports.
Back here in Naples, Florida, East Naples Community Park, the home of the U.S. Open Championship since its inaugural tournament in 2016. They did not have this shade structure in 2016. Brought that on in 2017. Some of the numbers from game 1 for you, which went in favor of Kovalova and Wright 11-7. And you see that Jardim and Yates, they were better on defense and they had less unforced errors, but in the end they end up falling in that first game. They have the lead here, however, 6-9-2.
And what do you think they were talking about here, Mark? Because they did take the timeout right on cue from what you were suggesting.
God, I don't know what they talk about. Who knows? I'd love to see if Simone stays on this side, on the left side. Give Wright, oh, there we go, to give Wright and Kovalov a bit of a different look. I mean, you don't normally switch things up when you're in the lead, but with Lucy and Matt going on a bit of a run here, I'd be interested to see what happens if they did put Jardim on the left side.
And Lucy putting it into the net, so the serve will change sides, and now Yates and Jardim 2 points away from closing out this second game. Make it 1 point away.
So I've got to say, that's, I don't know if Chad or Stat Tracker, but that's the first come on I've seen from Simone, and that sets up a game point. This is going to be big.
Simone always says she tends to perform better when the pressure is on, and losing game 1 will put some pressure on.
Well, she stayed in a pretty typical pattern, so that was her getting a winner off of a pattern change-up that she did there, and that'll fire her up for sure.
Look for Yates to jump in here.
Nice shot there by Wright. Put it right at Simone's feet where it was going to be nearly impossible to return.
Matt Wright is so tough. You think you've hit a good drive against him. You think that you've handcuffed him. He's going to have trouble with the ball. And instead, not only does he get it back, he does something offensive like that. It's so difficult to play against.
So 6-10-1. Kovalova and Wright know they can't allow the serve to get back to Yates and Jardim without closing this gap. Pin drop right now.
You can.
Zing championship court.
Both ladies are doing a fantastic job keeping the ball down and low and keeping it away from.
Watch out.
Oh, it just went wide.
It did.
Yeah, so what they were doing a good job keeping it down low, dinking to each other, keeping it from getting up high, keeping it not being a poachable ball by the men player on both sides.
And you see that one ball does get up a little bit too high, and then that turns the tides in favor of Yates, Kovalova and Wright.
Simone weathered the storm there. Oh.
Couldn't quite get it. You sort of get the feeling here that at this point, Simone and Kyle are sort of playing not to lose this game, right, rather than playing to win it. And I know that's something that Simone's been working on and has talked about is when you go out there, don't worry about losing, but go out and go for it. And so tough to do against players like Kovalova and Wright, but they seem a little bit tentative here and reactive.
Wright hit the overhead, returned by Jardim. Oh, what a great dig there by Simone.
And then we're seeing a battle here.
Matt Wright off the net cord.
Oh, wow.
How about that reaction?
And wow, is this crowd excited. I see Simone signs over in the VIP area. That was just fantastic.
That was a terrific exchange.
That's as good as pickleball gets right there. And what a treat to be able to do this here in this venue on this night. But Wright is now the second server for their partnership, and they're going to try to put another point on the board here.
The reaction from the crowd gave me goosebumps.
Well, she's got the local crowd behind her. She's got pickleball fans everywhere, for that matter, behind her. She's been such a great champion for this sport.
Good eye there. So you see that. So all of a sudden you can feel it. This is the home court advantage. We got another come on from Simone. That's 2 so far, and they're serving to win this second game.
So 10-8-1. to
So
break
tough.
the first server. Can they break Kyle Yates and get it back?
And I think we'll continue to see Matt inserting himself here, Mark.
Another game point.
There it is, game one off the unforced error. And Kyle Yates is now signaling to the crowd to make some noise as he's loving it. They've drawn even in this mixed doubles gold medal match. Game two, 11-8 in favor of the defending champs, Yates and Jardine.
U.S. Open Pickleball Championships on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By DuraFast 40, the official pickleball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Selkirk, we are pickleball. And by ILovePickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled.
Saturday evening here in Naples, Florida. The sun getting low in the sky. The pickleball enthusiasm is just starting to heat up. Some numbers there from game two. Kovalova and Wright, 17 unforced errors, including the unforced error that wrapped up the game. And much like a year ago, guys, we're going to go to a third and decisive game between this quartet to decide the gold medal. I alluded to what Simone had said about the pressure. The full quote from her: I tend to perform better when the pressure is on. I go crazy out there, and people watch me. They probably think what's wrong with her, she's possessed. It's just the way I am. I play better when I'm that way.
I think we saw some of that possession in that last game. She was certainly fired up. As we got an opportunity here, we have referee Gail Scavangelli here. She's one of the referees that coordinates the refereeing of all the pro and medal matches here at the U.S. Open. She and all the referees and the volunteers just did a fantastic job here this week.
Matt Wright going into the bucket of balls to pick out a new DuraFast 40, which is the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Folks are wondering what a DuraFast 40 ball is, what we're playing with here at the U.S. Open. You can certainly Google it, check it out online.
Pretty sure what that other ball was just fine, and Wright and Kovalova just wanted something different.
Is that a strategic, mental tactic?
I don't think it actually makes a more difference more than a psychological one. Right? You want to change something up when it's not working. Might as well get a new ball.
A little earlier in this exchange, Wright tried to go outside like he's going to look for an earning. And how about that lob shot? We talked about it earlier. We haven't seen a lot of them. That one is effective.
Oh, wait. Wait. Looks like it was called out. Boy, I'd like to see that.
I think, yeah, they're going to call it in.
And
Lucy and Matt, no.
Kovalova calls that ball in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Referee's going to side with her, I think.
Yeah, I don't see how she doesn't. This is just another great show of sportsmanship, and we're going to get back underway.
It's the second time we've seen a player overturn a call by an official. And it really just exhibits the level of sportsmanship that is played in this tournament amongst these pros. And they know that if the call was going the other way, they'd want to receive the same benefit.
Absolutely. Wow, nice pickup by Kyle and Simone there.
Wright and Kyle going at each other.
Those are some impressive digs. Not easy to do.
That's an understatement.
Great defensive shot there by Kovalova.
And they're doing a good job moving the ball around. These players are just playing just outstanding.
Kovalova flinches first. So it'll go to 0-0-1 as they change service sides.
very pleasant evening here tonight too, Dave and Mark. It's been really hot all week. Pretty pleasant tonight.
I told you we got to start making this a nighttime only tournament. Nocturnal tournament. The temperatures would be great.
You know, I don't know if the U.S. Open is going to go for that, but I'd be willing to bet that there will be a tournament that will take on that challenge. The way this sport is growing.
The Mark Renison Pickleball Open was born.
Matt Wright, we talked about his quick hands, certainly showing him off there.
Yeah, quick and powerful.
Yeah, so Jardine thought that she saw a seam there between Wright and Kovalova. Matt Wright was ready for it and put away that forehand volley. Here's an around the post.
Oh, yeah.
But called out by the umpire.
Wow.
For the lines judge. Yep.
Oh, now he's going to say, you know, Matt's going to have to override this line judge.
Matt shaking his head because that's the third time in this match that players have said no, it's not the way it's been called. But again, we mentioned the players are not necessarily used to always having lines people.
No, and in fact, they only have the lines people in this match here. They do have referees for every match.
And Jardine finally into the net. So Wright and Kovalova will draw first blood here in this third and final game.
And finally a point. That took some time.
I don't think anybody's in a hurry. We'll take this as long as they want to go.
You got it. I'll pull out my popcorn right now.
Yates was ready for that one. So Kovalova, you know, we've seen that when she's gone with these long dinking rallies with Simone, at least later in this match, that she tends to be on the short end of that stick. And so what she's trying to do is she's trying to look for that opportunity to change things up and to go on offense. But if she does it a bit too soon, Yates is going to be there waiting for it.
Yates' sister Sarah, a pretty accomplished pickleball player as well. They've played in mixed doubles competition in this tournament.
They have, winning gold in 19 plus. A couple of U.S. Opens ago. It was a very exciting moment. One of the Huron Championship Court and one of their most favorite brother and sister members.
One of the 10 golds that Kyle Yates has won here in Naples at this tournament, out of his 14 total medals. Oh, Wright puts it down low and Yates unable to come up with it. 1-1-2. And that one out of bounds.
Says something about the confidence Kyle's playing with right now. I mean, that's not typically a shot he would go for. That amount of side spin on that ball, it does lead to an unforced error, but I think it says something about how he's feeling.
And you can see the pattern, right, Dave? You can see the pattern, what Lucy's waiting for. She's waiting for it to get up just a little high. That ball not quite high enough, clip the net and put her in a defensive position.
And Yates hitting it right into her, which is a smart strategic play. And Mark, we talked earlier this week about, you know, players understand that it's not, you can't take it personal when somebody hits it into you. It's part of the game.
Yeah, that's right. And this is something that sometimes recreational players don't always understand, right? When I'm traveling around with Third Shot Sports coaching all over North America, we often encounter situations where one person gets hit by the ball from someone else. And I can sort of see on their face that they feel like that was a personal affront. And I explained to them, I said, look, 4 people on one small court doesn't give you a lot of room. You are going to get hit. And just like you saw here after Yates hit that ball that did hit.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support. And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear, designed to take great care of everybody's feet. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort. It's all the comfort and support you need. We're almost done here, Brett. It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Dick's. Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. By Zing Zang. Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin and Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Skechers, Skechers Arch Fit footwear featuring podiatrist certified arch support. And by Highlands, Highlands leg cramps. Stop your cramp, not your game. Welcome back to Naples, Florida. This is pickleball heaven. The pickleball capital of the world at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championship. Some of the great vendors here throughout the week. Definitely want to stop in there, and it has been busy today, especially with the weather delays that we have had, but we are just about ready to resume the competition as we welcome you inside Zing Zang Championship Court. Players just about ready to go, and we hope you are as well. Drew Felios alongside Morgan Evans and Rusty from Pickleball Channel. Morgan, Australia zone, we're thrilled to have you sitting beside us here today. How's everything going?
So far, so good, Drew. Pleasure to be here. We've got the best seats in the house, and we're about to see a masterclass in pickleball.
Absolutely. Of course, got a lot of tennis in your background. Great pickleball player. You've been playing the game for 7 years. Your expertise is going to be huge here moving forward over the next few hours as we are ready to go. Annalie Waters set to serve. And Annalie's partner is Jose DeRisi out of Rochester, New York. There's Jose right there, just turned 50 years old, originally from Argentina. And on the other side, Tracy Tanner and Steve Deacon.
And just for context, some of you are joining us, you've been watching all day. This is actually a third game of a match that started on another part of the property before the rain delay. So most of our fans here have been watching all day long. The rain delay, we're excited to come back and check out this game 3.
Obviously, Morgan, very challenging to the players, having to weather a weather delay. Definitely, a challenge to stay fresh.
Yeah, I think the team that manages to stay focused and stay physically active in some way has a huge advantage, just not bleeding points early.
Point.
I think one of the big questions with these split age events is which kind of combination is able to take over more, having a senior male or a senior female
2-1-1
compared to the opposite team. Here we've got Annalie Waters, the phenom, local Floridian as well.
Point.
We've actually seen both Deacon and his partner on this championship court earlier in the week. It's our first time seeing Annalie Waters and Teresi on the court today. It's exciting to see some fresh blood.
Second serve.
Of course, Steve Deacon, one of the more popular players in pickleball, 11 times a national junior tennis champion, and regarded as Canada's #1 rated pickleball player.
Certainly, and hands down, best hair in the game.
3-1-2.
He's not flaunting it just yet, but without a hat, that man is intimidating.
Set. One, 3-1.
Yeah, this one game to 11 theme, Rusty, is going to pretty much stick throughout the rest of the day because of the delay.
Right, exactly. And people asking, well, why is this 3? It's because they already had 2. And so every other game they'll play and every other game the other teams are playing will just be that 1 to 11. And as you said, the gold will be to 15.
That last play there, we had a traditional shake and bake. Jose, the shaker, and the young Annalie Waters looking to put it away, just sprayed it wide.
Point.
Annalie Waters had a heck of a match with Catherine Parenteau on day 1, Sunday singles day.
4-1-1.
Earned the bronze medal singles.
Nice interchange.
Second serve.
Yeah, fantastic hands. I do love how Annalie doesn't feel like she needs to stick glued to the line there. Gives herself all the time and place, time and space, sorry, to lock and load both the forehand and backhand side.
You've been around tennis and pickleball for a long time. What impresses you about Annalie the most?
Well, honestly, you can look at her physical attributes, the speed and the power, but mentally at the age of 14, possibly still 13, I'd have to double check that, I think 14. It's incredible that she's able to perform as well as she does on the world stage.
5-1-2. Side up.
And though we didn't see it, you can see that first game at 11-13. The second one was a little bit more lopsided, but we've been seeing comebacks all week long and 3 games all week long, so expect this to be exciting.
Tracy Tannen just trying to be a little cute with that one. Hoping to catch Signor Derisi a little short.
Nicely done by Deacon. Jose DeRisi wanted me to give a shout out to his pickleball club in Rochester, New York. Sport is rolling up there as well. It's called the 585 group.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. 585 years. They're pretty rowdy. So there's this new loyalty that comes. You know, it's like once you get there, they're like, oh, you know, you're not from Argentina. You're from the 585. Joe Valeni actually talked to me before. Shout out to Joe, longtime supporter. And he's like, oh, look out for Jose DeRisi. He's great. Look out for him. Sure enough, here he is on championship court.
So 6-2, Deacon and Tanner leading by 4 here in a race to 11. Word from our sponsors here in Naples. We are back underway.
If you're planning a vacation, go to margaritaville.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. (6-2), Deacon and Tanner the lead over Waters and DeRisi. Drew Felios, Morgan Evans, Rusty from Pickleball Channel. Thanks for hanging in and weathering the storm with us here today.
That's the danger of attacking cross court. It relies on your partner being prepared for your attack. And when they're not quite as ready as they could be if it was a down the line attack, that's what happens.
Oh, early attempt, it's there.
Off the backhand side as well, impressive.
And talking about the 585, Scott Lipitz and some other 585 people are already piling on.
The game just wouldn't be the same without Lipitz.
So yes, some of you are asking, you know, we started live earlier and your viewers got a little excited and the rain came in, but right now the radar is looking pretty good, so we're pretty confident we'll be bringing you multiple matches.
Annalie just floating that drive a little high, and Steve Deacon read it like a children's novel.
Oh, tough break there for Jose. Jose DeRisi so excited to be here on Zing Zang Championship Court. I can imagine the thrill. Morgan, you play this game for so long and then bam, just like that, you're on center stage with the world watching. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Dick's. Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. By Zing Zang. Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin and Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Skechers. Skechers Arch Fit footwear featuring podiatrist certified arch support. And by Highlands. Highlands leg cramps. Stop your cramp, not your game. Play is finally resumed here on Zing Zang Championship Court. 7-3, game 3. Deacon and Tanner leading Waters and DeRisi.
During that timeout, Annalie was just on the side there getting some advice, coaching from her mom.
Yeah, we'll have to check with Mama Waters. later on to see what she said.
Point there from Derisi. Rusty, obviously the biggest crowds here on Zing Zang Championship Court, but throughout the complex you get big crowds on some of those side courts as well.
Absolutely. There's great matches all week long on 60 courts or 59 other courts.
And I say that because during that Waters-Parenteau match on Sunday, it was packed in. I saw some of the video. Really cool to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, people will ask, hey, can I come? Is championship court tickets available? And we say, no, but you can come and see a lot of other great stuff as well.
Steve Deacon, so much power on the forehand side. He's known more for his consistency than anything else. Hasn't made an unforced error since the late 80s. Just makes a player so much more dynamic if they're able to attack off the backhand side. Whereas a lot of players stick to the forehand, look for that high volley.
Now just 2 points away.
A little bit earlier, Tanner said she's 62. She's the oldest one in this bracket. She went up to Anna Leigh and said, hey, you know, there's a new rule. You get handicapping for the biggest age split. Anna Leigh believed her for a while, but...
Beautiful play there from Anna Leigh, capitalizing on a slightly high floating low volley backhand dink from Tanner. It keeps them in the conversation.
Could only withstand it for so long.
Jose smiling there, pointing at Steve. That was a great point.
You can tell Jose just loves being out there.
Yeah.
And this is going to be match point coming up. Oh, still alive.
That's a third net.
That's a fantastic strategy.
Steve Deacon has the final say. Deacon and Tanner 10-4 in game 3. Well played.
That's a fantastic match from these four. Jose looking for an Ernie there. He used the net brilliantly. 2 or 3 cases in this final point. One more time. He flew a little close to the sun. And that is good night, Irene. Steve Deacon and Tracy Tanner.
So Deacon and Tanner advancing here on Zing Zang Championship Court. We're back underway here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
Margaritaville, it's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Beautiful beaches of Naples. Certainly want to pay them a visit if you come here for this great event, the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. And we got so much great pickleball yet to come, as all of these teams kind of put on the spot. 2 games in the books. They come back here to Zing Zang Championship Court for that deciding game, as we are set to resume here in just a moment. Lucy Kitcher, Tao Fong Fan, Leah Jansen, Dan Granat, all on the court and ready to go. Drew Felios alongside Morgan Evans, Rusty from Pickleball Channel. And Morgan, what do you make of the competition here? Mix pro split here at the Open.
It's so exciting. It's a fantastic event. I think the world is witnessing something for the first time. This hasn't been done before. And it's a real pleasure just to see the dynamic of when you team a senior pro with a pro, how it works out, who takes over, can someone take over, who they pick on, and this next one's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, and there's so many variables, right? You were talking about earlier, do you pick on the older, the younger, the man, the woman, but, how close in age are they? So, I know at one point Weinbach and Waters were playing, and they're very close. So you can have 2, is it a senior pro or barely if you're 1 year in, right? So there's the spread. The last one, 62 years old our oldest and 14 years old our youngest.
For sure. This one much closer. I believe Tao Thongfan has only just turned senior pro. He's partnered a lot with who he's with today here, Lucy Kitcher. So for my money, I think they have an advantage.
Yeah, you were talking about that consistency of some of these are brand new players, brand new matches. They've never played together before, but how much does playing together make a difference?
Yeah, it's your best chance for, the sum of 2 parts being equal to more than the whole. I've played against Lucy and Tao many times, and they're a well-versed team. However, Leah Jansen, she's a new kid on the block, really come into her own the last year or 2. I saw her playing at Grand Rapids, the Beer City Open, a couple of years ago, and I think it was her very first tournament. She came up against the young Annalie Waters, who at that time, was a veteran, and afforded herself very well. So I think she's going to do great things in the game, and she's partnering today with Dan Granat.
Yeah, we actually saw her yesterday, right, Drew? Or was it yesterday, the day before? I'm losing track, but we saw her on championship court, and she does have that intensity and that focus and that energy.
Yeah, we saw her against Arina Tereshchenko, gave Arina everything she could handle in that women's Pro Gold Championship. When we come back, we will begin Kitcher and Tao Fong Fan against Leah Jansen. and Dan Granat. Stay tuned.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear and the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again and again.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support. And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear, designed to take great care of everybody's feet. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort. It's all the comfort and support you need.
We're almost done here, Brooke.
It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Beautiful Naples, Florida. Vacation destination, also pickleball heaven, known as the pickleball capital of the world. Home of the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. Day 3 continues. Thrilled to have you with us here on Pickleball Channel. Aerial shots provided by our amazing crew here and the folks at Pickleball Channel who do such a great job covering this sport. There's Dan Granat on the left, Leah Jansen, an emerging player in the pickleball world, Morgan.
Certainly. She has come along leaps and bounds in the last few years. A fantastic singles player, women's doubles, and mixed, of course.
And Lucy Kitcher, Tao Fong fan as well.
Yeah, an experienced team.
0-2. Underway.
Point. So as a reminder to those just joining us, we've had a rain delay. We're late in the day, so in order to get through the bracket, this is only going to be 1 game to 11. 1 game to 11. There is no second game or third game possible at all.
Morgan, that must put incredible pressure on all of these players.
It certainly changes things. You know, there's no room to get it customized and perhaps make some unforced errors as you're finding your wheels.
Second serve.
That swing certainly comes way high, doesn't it, from Tao Fong Fan?
Tao is a former French national table tennis player. I made the mistake of calling it ping pong once, never again.
Do you see in the future perhaps more table tennis players making their way into this great sport?
Certainly, and I wish they would. Their hand speed, their reflexes is incredible. The distance at a table tennis table and the kitchen distance, they lend themselves very well to each other.
Yeah, interestingly, there's a number of senior players who will compete in some of the senior games. Alice Tim, former Wimbledon, still plays table tennis and pickleball and badminton.
Wow. He's ticking all the boxes.
0-1. Second serve.
just moving.
Dan Granat, really big into commercial real estate. Great tennis career back in the day, and now has embraced this great sport of pickleball.
1-0-2. Side out.
Tao, generally a very aggressive player, likes to drive a lot of third balls. Lucy Kitcher, by contrast, stark contrast, she's a very defensive player. Between the two of them, they have you know, a great complementary game.
Point.
Dan just clipping the net there.
One.
Great hands there from Leah Jansen, ready from the attack from Thong Pham.
One. Second serve.
You stuck with us during the weather delay. You caught Rusty's special feature on the ball. Rusty, different ball used here at the Open this year.
You were talking with Franklin, and they, you know, they weren't a part of the U.S. Open or pickleball in the first year, and now they've come in very big. Both paddles and balls, you know, and the number of paddles. Morgan, when they, you know, he's been with Selkirk over the years, and lots of different paddle manufacturers. And as a coach, I'm sure you see tons of different vendors and manufacturers.
2. Point.
It's interesting, they are still glued to the traditional cross-court dink rallies. Not one player getting picked on exclusively just yet.
Point.
Beautiful movement there from Dan Granat. Read the attack from his partner Leah Jansen, moved in early, and with that lefty slap, put the ball away nicely.
Jansen and Granat clicking right now. Yeah, back to those paddles. There's so many brands. If you're a great player, how you choose one is just beyond me.
Certainly, I mean, your best chance is try as many as possible. See which really feels good to you. At the end of the day, to a large extent, it's not the arrow, it's the archer.
Great way to put it.
1-5-1.
Very sneaky there from Dan Granat. He has a creative way to play the game, introducing a lob, and then the sneaky wrong'un, just getting behind his opponent.
1-5-2.
Do you find that left-handers like Granat a little bit more difficult to try and play?
Oh, certainly. You know, we're all generally programmed to read the body language of your opponents, and most of your opponents are right-handed, so it does throw a spanner in the works. Surprisingly enough, even left-handers have trouble reading left-handers.
Second serve.
A little long this time. Second serve coming up. 5-1. Remember, just one game to 11 here in Pro Mixed Split Age.
Side out. One, 5-1.
Beautiful play there from Jansen. She certainly played a patient game cross court with a dink rally with Kitcher, waited for her opportunity, pulled the trigger when that ball was just high enough.
Some of our viewers are wondering, how are they choosing these teams? And there's no single answer because it's a brand new bracket. As Morgan said earlier, Dow and Lucy Kitcher on the far side of the court have played before, so that was a little easier. But many of these other people just kind of fished around and talked to one another.
Oh. Second serve.
That's from this angle, it might look like that was an easy ball to put away, but the surprise of that leaping Ernie does pose a problem.
Point.
Kitcher does not miss too many dinks. That one just floating a little wide. And they'll switch ends at 6.
You have up to 1 minute.
Again, that's right, because we are in one game.
Yeah, the race to 11, as we said, not much time to make adjustments. You got to pretty much come out smoking and maintain it here in Naples. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. So we switch sides, and Dan Granat will now serve. He and Leah Jansen leading 6-1 here in a race to 11.
15 seconds.
If you're just joining us, we had about a 2-hour weather delay.
Actually, we sort of have 2 weather delays. The first one, they dried off, we started, and then
Time in.
started
6,
again.
1,
All the
2.
volunteers drying off 60 courts, amazing.
Point.
So Morgan, you've been a part of lots of different games and matches. Have you been to a larger tournament that had to do this one game format before?
No, this is, well, I think, what, there's 2,900 players in this event, in this tournament. It's certainly the biggest I've ever seen. A tribute to the volunteers to be able to get these courts dry.
Ooh.
Best shot of the match so far for Tao Thong Van.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it came out of nowhere, and he won't want anyone to know, but it was a miss hit.
1, 7, 1.
Don't tell him I said that.
Stay in it.
There you go.
Yeah, he left his partner a little high and dry there. Started a fight and then backed away, assuming perhaps a cross-court dink was coming.
Second serve now from Lucy Kitcher.
1, 7, 2. Point.
So point on the board, which is important. We'll see if they can get a run
2,
here.
7, 2. Point.
I love how Granat kind of uses that paddle and the different angles he has with it.
Yeah, fantastic
Yes,
hands.
you have 3. 3, 7, 2.
Lead cut to 4.
Side out.
Jansen coming in, serving at 7-3, looking to extend the lead.
7-3. Second serve.
Yeah, Jansen and Granot, they're caught on sides that they wouldn't traditionally prefer to be on. When you've got a lefty on the court, it's nice to have that forehand in the middle if you can get it.
Well, and with that, a lot of times the most popular stacking is when you have that lefty to put him there. So they're choosing not to stack, as perhaps to have him face-to-face with Kitcher. I don't know the thought process of that.
Well, I think it's probably to try to tempt them into a cross-court dink exchange with the ladies. Kitcher versus Jansen. Jansen, I absolutely love her technique on the dink, so deliberate.
Yeah, she has this big kind of sort of swinging backhand or wind up.
3-7-2. Slow and methodical. Yeah, you got to work hard to miss that one.
Yes, you are.
So that 6-point spread is now only 3, with 4 serving 7.
Side out.
Well, some opportunities given away by both teams here is now 7-4 serving Jansen and Granat.
7-4. Second
Gotta
serve.
ask you too, Morgan. Always curious how pickleball is being received all over the world. What's it like in Australia?
Oh, it's growing like wildfire.
7,
I probably shouldn't say that. There are
4, 2.
often wildfires doing much more damage than pickleball.
Point.
Yes, one of my favorite moments actually is I was at an event and this woman came up to me passionately talking about how excited and how much she loved, and come to find out it's your mom.
Yes.
Loving the fact that Pickleball Channel is allowed to share things back home in Australia.
She's the former president of the Australian Pickleball Federation.
Side out.
Jansen looking to take over there. Spreading her wings, looking to fly.
4-8-1. Second serve.
Seen quite a few errors coming off dinks, guys. Is dinks kind of like that necessary thing in pickleball? You always have to work on it no matter how good you are?
I would say absolutely. You know, and as Morgan was saying, there's different techniques and stuff like that, and you can't not have it.
Certainly. When you watch the highest level play, it's easy to focus on the flashy stuff, the Showtime, the ESPN, the CBS moments.
There's Terry Graham enjoying the moment here, just alongside Zing Zang Championship Court. I think she could qualify for a VIP, wouldn't you say, Rusty?
Yeah, and a brief moment to try to eat.
As I was saying, it is the teams that do the basics the best that tend to win the championships. You know, are able to sit in 20, 30, 40 shot dink rallies, you know, comfortable in a war of attrition, not just looking for the highlight reel stuff.
They go back to one player, Simone Jardim, such a great dinker.
I think they're looking for a ball. A lot of times the players, in many sports, balls go all the time. You're swapping balls all the time. But in pickleball, they tend to want to keep playing with the same ball. The referee just offered him, hey, let's just get a new ball, but they went digging for it. You know, why do you think, you've played tennis, why do you think pickleball is so aggressive to try to keep the same ball?
Yeah, it's not just superstition. A lot of it is the kind of texture that a ball develops over the course of a game. It does help the players get a feel, able to control the ball with a certain amount of spin. Jansen looking for a little more topspin on that one to dip the ball down into the court.
And we are 2 points away from 11, so let's see what happens.
And now, match point here for Jansen and Granat, 10-4.
Yeah, that's an uncharacteristic error from Kitcher. She's normally so solid on those.
4-2.
And that is going to do it. Jansen and Granat. 11-4 here in pro mixed split age. Only one game to take care of business, and they did just that.
Yeah, we saw the power of Jansen. The serve especially impressed me for the most part. Just a sprayed volley there from Kitcher. They looked to attack her early and often, and it paid dividends in the end.
So already 2 matches in the books. We're moving right along here. Day 3 at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships.
Well, look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita. All natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks. Ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Music, please. Music.
Welcome back to Zing Zang Championship Court. Sun slowly going down here on the west coast of Florida. Fans here having a tremendous time. Hope you're enjoying it at home. And if you have a chance, get out here throughout the rest of the week. Come join us in Naples. It is a time of your life for sure. And there's our players on the court. Belinda Zabinden and Rick Widskin taking on Arina Tereshchenko right now. Probably you could say, Rusty, she has been the player of this tournament. She's going to be partnered up with Scott Moore.
Well, yeah, you wonder like who's going to be on championship court each year, and different years there's more and more. But Arina, the pickleball gods are currently smiling on her, so it's excited to see her back here again. And with partner Scott Moore, that's certainly going to be a big matchup.
Yeah, between the two of them, they've won more gold medals than I've had hot dinners. So it's going to be a pleasure to watch.
And as you can see right there, I mean, medal after medal after medal, and these are just U.S. Open medals alone from Irina. So she's been working hard, and Scott Moore, Triple Crown winner, right? So he's been here many times before, and Scott has been one of the top male senior pros. Many people have said he's the top senior pro, but of course, as time goes on, you know, you continue to do lots of things. He also does a lot of coaching and trips as well with his family. It's become a whole family business.
Yeah, he is, of course, the father of the great Daniel Moore, former national champion as well, and all-round top bloke. Daniel, we miss you, bud.
And there's Rick Witskin out of Zionsville, Indiana. 7 years he's been playing pickleball, was a two-time All-American tennis player at the University of Alabama, and he is one of 8 siblings, a very athletic family. There's Belinda out of Phoenix, Arizona, 33 years old, big-time softball player growing up, and she has really excelled into a tremendous pickleball player here as well.
Certainly, she has some incredibly fast hands, a lot of deceptive attacks. She's the kind of player, and I actually played against her just a couple of weeks ago in Newport, and I remembered very quickly why I don't often attack her heads up. She has a unique style, the kind of grip that she brings to the table. She's able to squash a lot of balls in areas you would typically be able to attack, and she gets the ball out in front, puts plenty of power on it, and makes you pay the price. Rick Witskin, he has a level of intensity that I think is really second to none. Fantastic athlete, and he's very new to the senior pro bracket, so they've got that on their side. By contrast, Scott Moore is a wily veteran. He's done it all. He is, I believe, 58 years old now.
If you had a GOAT conversation in pickleball, his name would certainly come up. Scott Moore, what he has meant to the game over the years.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Hope you're enjoying our coverage here in day 3. Drew Felios alongside Morgan Evans and Rusty from Pickleball Channel as well. And even during the rain delay, taking us back to 2019, Rusty, some classic matches we witnessed on this court.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's like, you know, when you talk about live, it's exciting to be here live, but then you put some of these matches back on, you share them with the world, and people watch them over and over again. Just like you're watching the Super Bowl, we have people who continue to comment and continue to watch these. That's what's amazing about this game.
Everybody has their favorite pickleball moment. Can I put you on the spot? Think maybe your greatest moment, either as a fan or as a player. What really stands out to you?
Well, for me, it was actually, it wasn't actually playing the game. I was the coach for a long time, and still, so to speak, on paper, Tyson McGuffin, a former US Open singles champion, and a couple of years ago, he was able to get the job done, and it meant a lot to him, and therefore it meant a lot to me. It was an anniversary of his father's passing, and he sported a wonderful mustache in support. And I remember when he finally clinched the gold against the young Ben Johns, who will always be the young Ben Johns, I think. You know, there were tears of joy, and yeah, we had a warm embrace on the court, and it meant so much to him and his family that I was just, you know, very happy to be able to be a part of it and help him get over the line.
Yes, I remember, actually, I think there's a photo of the 3 of us on the medal stand on the U.S. Open website where you made a little joke and we're all sort of laughing and smiling, and we have this, we were so lucky. You know, you do sports broadcasting and you never know where the camera's going to be, and in the moment when he dropped to his knees and clenched his fist, and it was so special. And even the interview where he sort of teared up talking about his dad and explaining the mustache, it was just great to see. So we are reminding everybody that this new format here, due to weather, the matches are going to be 1 game to 11 where you have to win by 2. So a lot of pressure on every point. No chance to come back in the traditional sense of games 2 and 3. And then the gold medal matches are going to be 1 game to 15, also win by 2.
So I ask you, Morgan, if you're on the court, does the strategy change because the game has been shortened? Do you come out serving different? Do you play balls different? Anything like that come into play? Using timeouts different?
Well, I think the biggest thing happens behind the scenes. I think you can't wait for the first 5 or 6 points to develop a winning strategy. You've got to be thinking ahead of time. What can you do? What kind of weaknesses are you looking to expose in your opponents? How are you going to maximize your strengths so that you don't end up bleeding 2 or 3 or 4 points early on? Whereas in a normal game with 3 games possibly to go after, you could potentially get into the habit, get into the routine, and finally get the victory.
And then how about that switch sides at 6? A lot of times it's only 2 games, and you only switch side in the 3rd, but now you're going to be switching sides right away. So how much does that play into what's going to be happening?
Yeah, I think certainly it plays a role. You know, a lot of people think that there's a side advantage, and often based on wind or sun or shadows, there really is. And a team that is, you know, on the losing end of the initial 6-point switch, they can easily not be too disheartened and realize maybe they've got the lucky side, and so often it's the case.
And most of the time, every once in a while, the camera's been looking up at the flags. On the one side of the court where Moore and Terashenko are, you see the flags blowing. It's not super windy, but it's definitely enough. And so, do you like to look into the wind or hit into the wind, or do you like the wind at your back?
I think the gentlemen will generally love to hit into the wind. That gives them the kind of license to drive 3rd balls. And in the mixed doubles game, where, I'll be honest with you, chivalry died a slow and painful death over the last 5 or 6 years, it gives them a bit of a right to swing free and get out some of those nerves. The ladies often would like the wind with them, giving them that extra power. So it's horses for courses.
There you go.
Different strokes for different folks.
Player introductions just about set to go. Spinden and Witskin will serve first.
Time in, 0-0-2.
Big long forehand, of course, when you got the reach that Arena does, so easy to stand over the kitchen, just fire away.
Yeah, she's technically so sound.
Second server.
Yeah, Scott Moore, aside from his reach, wingspan, obviously speed on the court, just such an experienced player.
Point.
So Terashenko and Moore initially had a bye, played 1 match, and so this is technically only their 2nd of the day.
And the winner of this will go through to the quarterfinals. Potentially meeting Sarah Ansbury and Dane Gingrich.
2-0-2.
Talked about the partner process over the last few days. You ever have a moment where the well's dry? There's just no one there that you can pair up with.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Correct side.
You hope once more you can dip in that well.
Absolutely.
Just caught the net there. And off the paddle of Zabinden.
So one of the things that's exciting when you talk about partners, we'll talk about that after this. The fields are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but they're still not as big as many sports. So the options for partners, everybody's clamoring to try to, oh, I want to be with him, and then
second server.
Always interesting listening to the science of finding that perfect partner.
0-4-2.
Oh, great recovery.
Ooh.
Just out though.
Side out.
He did well to change directions quickly. Just missed it wide. There's of course the trade-off. If you're a big fella like Rick Witskin, you get the power and the reach. Footwork isn't as easy as the slightly nimbler players.
Oh.
Point.
Out to a 5-0 lead now, Terashenko and Moore.
5-0-1.
They're on defense right now. It's Terashenko and more are blazing away. 6-0. We'll switch sides. And here's a word from our sponsors. Stay tuned. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Zabinden and Witskin trying to get a side-out second serve coming up here from Scott Moore.
6-0-2.
Nicely done from Witskin. You know, Rusty, I had a conversation with Rick before the match. He told me about his athletic family. He said his brother Todd once beat Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe.
That's pretty good.
How cool is that?
It was at lawn bowls, but either way.
6-1.
No, fantastic athletes, the whole family.
Oh, nice.
Both of them did a little jump in the air, though, crisscross.
Second server.
Oh, servicera there.
We've all done it. Let's see if Rick
1-6
can right the ship.
Nicely done by Tereshchenko. Let me ask you, Morgan, whenever you get a couple points, like Witskin and Zabinden did, do you speed things up or do you slow things down?
Yeah, what you don't want to do is allow yourself to get ahead and start thinking that it's such a huge momentum shift. So much is luck. It's important to keep yourself. Don't forget what got you to the dance. Sometimes it's a miss hit. Sometimes your opponent's just having a lapse in concentration.
Try and stay even keel.
Certainly. Witskin getting involved there, read the attack early. Collapsed the middle, put the ball away nicely. It's got a huge amount of power.
Rusty, from the naked eye, it looks like Witskin and Zabinden are exerting twice as much energy as Tereshchenko and Moore.
That's the challenge is certainly, you want to put it away, but I remember playing with Jennifer Lucor's father once, and Bob Youngren, and he's barely moving on the court, and I was running around like crazy. Placement and technique versus power is definitely take placement and technique.
Yeah, that's what makes this game great. Witskin hunting there, but one of the best things about Irina, her ability to register when balls are going out. Sometimes the best shot you play is the one you don't.
Absolutely.
Point. Seven, 1-1. Second server.
He doesn't miss too many third balls like that.
7-1-2.
Oh, best point of the match.
That was nice. I thought we were about to see another dink session right there, but immediate attack.
I don't think anyone here wants to dink for too long.
Oh,
Second
juices start flowing, don't they?
Yeah, the adrenaline and Witskin, he's a huge believer that intensity, energy, it accounts for more than most in pickleball.
I've seen so many great energy players over the years. Dave Weinbach, one that definitely comes to mind, watching him especially in that 2019 match.
7-1-1. Second server.
Yeah, Weinbach is special, no doubt about it. Reflexes of a mongoose.
7-1-2.
So we had that switch sides at 6, but you know, you have this big lead. Do you think there might be a timeout coming?
Potentially, yeah. I think it won't be long before they call it. They wouldn't want to let more than one more point, perhaps 2 at the most, slide easily before a timeout is called.
Well, now it's 9-1. If you don't call a timeout now, it looks like you're going to just try and gut this out.
It's often telling your opponents that we don't have a backup plan, therefore why call a timeout? But sometimes you've got to do it just to at least hold momentum.
Side out.
That was a big side out.
1-9-1.
It's too good. Irina Tereshchenko, the White Russian, doing what she does best.
Witskin there, even applauding at the end.
1-9-2.
I think it was really telling when she won. Rusty, your interview with her after that singles win on Sunday, she said, it's taken me 6 years to claim this championship. I thought that was really cool. Certain tournaments a lot harder to win championships than others, it seems like, for some of these players.
Yeah, and this one definitely is special.
For me, I liken it to the French Open in tennis. So physical. The fittest players survive.
Big overhead.
Side out.
So got a couple points on the board. It was 9-1, and now we're at 3-9. We have seen comebacks, but it's going to be a tough one. Ooh.
Scott Moore, he never misses that.
Second server.
He's actually, Scott, looking back here at the table talking to us. How did I miss that?
Inches away from greatness, we'll say that.
Ooh. Moore can still move. Oh. Tereshchenko hits it right into the net.
Side out.
And even when Scott can't move quite as well, he'll still have the wingspan. You can't teach tall.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We actually have.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
Second server.
2 of the.
It seems like all the players want to have a chat to the commentators today.
Tereshchenko just talked about her.
That may be next, Rusty, miking some of these players up during their matches.
Definitely, I've been wanting to get parabolic mics. Everybody's like, how come we don't have Eagle Eye? How come we don't have this? And I'm like, it's a process of budget. We have more here at this tournament, more media coverage, more cameras than we've had in the history of the game anywhere.
If we mic the players, we're going to be out of the job.
Well, right now it is 10-3. Match point for Tereshchenko and Moore.
3-1.
Oh, right at Witskin, and that's going to do it.
Witskin trying to allude to that ball being out.
2 pros playing their best in front of the crowd here on Zing Zang Championship Court.
Of course, the incomparable Scott Moore paired up with Irina Tereshchenko. afraid of nobody, and has proved to be too strong for the team of Svinden and Witsken.
And all smiles here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Our coverage continues in a moment.
Go again until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support. And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear, designed to take great care of everybody's feet. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort. It's all the comfort and support you need.
We're almost done here, Brooke.
It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist certified arch support.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Hi everybody, it's Rusty from Pickleball Channel. In today's Pickleball 411, we're going to bring you the most complete video ever about the non-volley zone rule in the history of the universe. So let's learn and play.
Pickleball 411 is powered by Highlands Leg Cramps, proud supporter of pickleball players everywhere.
On today's Pickleball 411, once again I'm here with top pros Jennifer Lucor and Alex Hamner, who recently you may have seen help us debunk 3 myths about being in the kitchen. But we actually get lots of questions about the actual rule itself. So you guys, what are we going to talk about today?
First, we're going to go over the rule and clarify some definitions.
Then together, we're going to demonstrate some non-volley zone faults in real gameplay situations.
And for this video, remember, the non-volley zone and the kitchen are the exact same thing. So let's break it down. The non-volley zone rule actually has 12 different distinctions, which is part of the reason we're making this video. The complete rule book is downloadable from the USAPA and the IFP. A simple version of the rule has 3 main components.
Number 1, you're not allowed to touch the non-volley zone when volleying.
Number 2, both feet must contact the playing surface outside the non-volley zone before and after you hit a volley.
And number 3, no part of your body or what you're wearing or have touched can contact the non-volley zone in the act of volleying.
Otherwise, it's a fault.
So now, let's get more specific.
Many people think the non-volley zone includes the 3D space or the air above the court, but it's literally just the flat surface of the court itself, which includes the lines all the way to their very edges.
A volley is any time you hit the ball out of the air before it bounces. For example, an overhead, a normal volley, or even hitting the ball right before it bounces on the court.
It's any time you hit the ball before it bounces, and for this rule, it includes the swing, the follow-through, and your body's momentum.
Many of these faults happen really fast at tournaments. There is no instant replay, so be patient with your refs.
And remember, all of this applies only to the person hitting the volley or anything he or she touches.
For example, your partner can be in the kitchen while you volley, as long as you don't touch them.
And now for the fun part.
So let's go through some examples of non-volley zone faults resulting in the loss of a rally.
You can't just run into the non-volley zone and slam a volley, or step on the non-volley zone line as you volley. Whether it's just your toe,
or even your little finger, it's a fault.
If any part of your body touches the non-volley zone surface, including the lines as part of a volley, it's a fault.
To clarify, if a ball bounces high enough in the non-volley zone, it's okay to come in and slam it back over the net, because it bounced. Now, if your paddle touches as you volley, that's a fault. Or, if you drop your paddle because you volley, it's also a fault.
So in fact, if your hat falls in, your sunglasses, your hair scrunchie, your keys, or even your shoe or snack, if anything you touch contacts the non-volley zone because of a volley, it's a fault.
that means if you knock your partner's paddle into the non-volley zone when you volley, it's a fault. Or if you push off your partner who is touching the non-volley zone, it's a fault too. If you're moving toward the non-volley zone and your momentum takes you in, that's a fault. Even if you just step in because of momentum, that's a fault.
If you use your hand to keep your balance and you touch the non-volley zone, that's a fault. If you use your paddle to keep from falling in and it touches the non-volley zone, that's also a fault.
Even if your momentum carries you into the non-volley zone after the ball is dead, it's still a fault.
To clarify, it's okay when returning a ball that bounced if your momentum carries you into the non-volley zone because the ball bounced. And also, it's okay to get help from your partner if they're outside the non-volley zone.
Okay, this one can confuse people. If a player's made contact with the non-volley zone for any reason, they cannot hit a volley until after both feet have made contact completely outside the non-volley zone. Here are some examples.
Jumping up to volley from inside the non-volley zone and then landing outside the non-volley zone is still a fault. If you're outside the non-volley zone, but push off to catch a volley and your foot happens to touch any part of the non-volley zone, it's a fault because both feet didn't make contact outside the non-volley zone before the volley.
Sometimes players try to jump the corner of the non-volley zone to volley. A fault occurs when you step through the kitchen to make a volley, but your second foot doesn't make contact outside the non-volley zone before you touch the ball. To clarify, if you step over the corner of the non-volley zone and neither foot touches it, it's okay to volley because you never touched the non-volley zone. It's also okay to step through the non-volley zone if both feet have contacted the surface outside of the non-volley zone before you hit the volley. And remember, for everything else, the only thing that matters with non-volley zone faults is if a player is volleying.
Who goes in, when and for how long they're in, doesn't matter as long as the ball bounces and they don't hit a volley.
Check out the other video we did about that.
And for play without a referee, any of the players can call a non-volley zone fault. The benefit of the doubt goes to whoever calls the fault.
So let's summarize.
So that's your Pickleball 411 for today. Jennifer and Alex, thank you so much for coming out this week.
Anytime, Rusty.
We really do hope this has been helpful. And now there's only one thing left to do, and that's...
Go play!
If there's something you think Pickleball 411 should cover, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send us an email and tell us your idea. This episode of Pickleball 411 has been brought to you by Highlands Leg Cramps, America's #1 over-the-counter leg cramp medicine. For more information, go to highlands.com.
Thank you so much for staying with us throughout the day. We've enjoyed those vignettes from Pickleball Channel and Rusty all day long. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage as well. We have been delayed by some weather. Did show you and take you back to 2019 here at the Open, but because of all the delays, it's the race to 11 in all of these matches, and then of course gold matches will be 1 game to 15. So not much time to adjust here. Players just kind of bearing with things, and we have got a good foursome here with Monica Policelli and Paul Olin taking on Dave Weinbach and Lee Waters. Great players on the court right now.
0-0-2. Yeah, we've got some legends about to do battle.
And legends does not just mean that you're old. It means that you've accomplished a lot in this great sport, doesn't it?
Indeed, indeed.
0-0-1.
And definitely the upside for all of you out there viewers, because of this format, you're going to see lots of different players, lots of different styles in a much shorter time period.
And we're seeing a newcomer here, Monica Palucelli, who you may not have seen much of in the past, new to the pro arena, but already affording herself well.
Oh, and also, Rusty, chance to see many more players as well here on Zing Zang Championship Court, so there is a bright side to the weather delay.
Absolutely. Weinbach, a veteran to championship court here at the U.S. Open. And Paul Olin earlier in the week was out here receiving his bronze medal.
Yeah, fantastic singles player.
Oh. Well, we were watching those clips of 2019. Weinbach teamed with Matt Wright. He's not slowing down anytime soon.
No, he's the 50+, but he's still pretty fast.
Sleeps only 7 minutes a night. It's incredible. He's just wired.
And you see that table tennis background. Once trained for the Olympics, did Weinbach. Quick hands like lightning.
Yeah, at high-level table tennis, they have about 250 milliseconds to react to an opponent's shot. And for a purpose of pickleball, that's fantastic.
Point.
We had an opportunity a little while ago before COVID to see Waters and Weinbach team up with Franklin Pickleball Masters, one of the sponsors here.
Lee Waters, guys, her pickleball story resonating with so many. An attorney by trade, had to relocate right after Hurricane Irma. Brought her daughter into this great game, and what a duo they have made up.
Second server.
2019 national champions.
A huge upset. That was you know, so exciting on so many levels.
Great for the sport.
4-0-2.
And Rusty, I think everybody was so excited because what other sport can you do that and share time with your daughter as well? Really awesome.
0-4-1.
Yeah, absolutely. At such a competitive level.
Football. Anyway. Second server.
Just adding some insult to injury there.
Well, the referee doing a good job keeping on his feet, and sometimes the game happens so fast. Before she can call it, the ball's even out. Certainly some fast interchanges here, and one of the things I love about this sport, and I can't say it enough, it is a fast game. As a broadcaster, I'm like, we don't even have time for commercials or sponsors. They keep wanting to go, go, go. I love the intensity here.
Right now, Weinbach and Waters winning those exchanges.
Yeah, they do seem to be getting the better of the fast exchanges. And we'll see if Olin and Palucelli try to cool it down into a more of a dink-orientated battle. Collective sigh rings around the crowd here.
They thought that was a clear winner.
Some fancy feet there from Weinbach to stay outside of the kitchen.
Pretty much everybody knows, but in case you don't, if he had fallen in or touched that red area of the kitchen, the non-volley zone, that would have been a fault.
5-1-2. You have a minute.
So 5-1, timeout on the court. We'll step aside, come back to Naples in a moment. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Dick's. Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. By Zing Zang. Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin and Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Skechers. Skechers Arch Fit Footwear, featuring podiatrist certified arch support. And by Highlands. Highlands leg cramps. Stop your cramp, not your game.
One timeout left in this game.
Weinbach
Serving
and
team, you
Waters,
have 2 timeouts left in this
Palacelli
game.
and Olin here on Zing Zang Championship Court. Drew Felios, Morgan Evans,
Time
and
in.
Rusty from Pickleball Channel.
5-1-2.
We're thrilled to have you here.
Rusty, do you think you'll change your name to just Rusty Pickleball?
Start out.
Ironically, we just added another tag, and we're like, should it be Pickleball Rusty or Rusty Pickleball? So I will not change it permanently, no. So you have Rusty Surf Company, which I don't own, Australian company, but Rusty Pickleball's a new Instagram, I think, in addition to my other stuff.
At some point, I'm going to ask you, how's your pickleball, mate? And you have to say, a little rusty.
Oh, left it wide open.
And she seemed to have forgotten there's a lefty on the other side, looking to sit on that forehand. Olin able to reach in, take that ball out of the air nice and early.
And real quick, that lefty pickleball for our viewers, what are you talking about?
Well, she's left-handed.
Yes, but in terms of the forehand, the strategy, the benefit.
Yes, if you've got dueling forehands in the middle, that is so much easier than dueling backhands.
Thank you, point.
One of the interesting things about left-handers, they are actually born with faster reaction times than right-handers. The part of the brain that handles that particular job is on the right side and has a direct connection to the left side.
Oh.
Point.
Little help from the net there.
And all of a sudden, Palacelli and Olin have tied this at 5.
5-2.
It's a drastic turn of events. Oh, she would love to get that one back.
Side out.
Yeah.
Guys, question, how many games do you think that hat has been worn in
5-1.
pickleball? That thing has been through some battles.
Well, he bought it during the Reagan administration.
It sort of is a badge of honor to get that as dirtied up as possible, but I mean, that Wisconsin hat, he has had that thing, seems like forever.
Well, I do know he's added the Badger stuff to other places, and I'm sure he has multiple ones. It's not the first, but it does look like.
Point.
She'll take it.
Time out. That's
Absolutely.
6 points. We change into the
So
court.
switch sides.
Score
Coming up,
6-5-2.
Weinbach and
You have a
Waters. Here in Pro Mixed Split Age. We'll be back. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. 6-5, Weinbach and Waters over Paolocelli and Olin. Weinbach and Waters got out to the quick lead, but then Paolocelli and Olin closed the gap.
Time in.
And now we resume play. Again, race to 11 here.
Unfortunate, just backed up off the line from a giant forehand from Lee Waters.
7-5-2.
Yeah, that is risky from Lee Waters to poke the bear down the line to Paul Olin.
I was just about to say, Paolocelli's clearly been targeted, and then all of a sudden she went to Olin.
Sometimes it's just a sign that they're getting very confident with their game and they can pick on either side.
Oh, she nearly had Weinbach completely going the other way.
She's already proven herself to belong in this division. Only a few years ago, I remember her playing at the Tournament of Champions, and she was playing as a 4-0.
Wow.
So she's come a long way.
Side out.
In this game, she's been handling a lot of balls and handling many of them very well.
Oh, pressure makes diamonds.
7-5-1.
So Weinbach, very clearly
Second server.
a communication guy, constantly calling and calling loud.
7-5-2.
Does that give you an advantage as an opponent to be able to anticipate something, or are you not really thinking about that?
I think most players are focusing on their half of the court. It can be intimidating.
Oh, still
Oh,
alive.
she got it. Oh!
That's all you have to do to win a point around here.
Let's remember that one.
Olin seeing the around of the post. Paolocelli able to find a couple of inches to get it away from Mr. Weinbach.
5-7-1.
That's the one she wanted. She had something very similar just 2 or 3 rallies ago, and it caught the net. That one there. She made them pay. That's a sign of a great player that learns from a mistake,
6-7-1.
adapts quickly.
Second server.
Weinbach just apologetic there. I think he meant it.
I've seen him, Tereshine. A lot of players will do that. Obviously, you take the point, but it's kind of nice to.
Ooh. There's the experience of Lee Waters, knowing when Paul Olin was going to come across and look to intercept a ball that has so far been intended for Paolocelli.
frustrated about that.
The score is 8-6-1.
So timeout for
You have a
Policelli and Olin. Trailing by 2, Weinbach and Waters need 3 points to advance. The race to 11 continues after this. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ILovePickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Well, for all of the crummy weather that we had earlier today, it's actually turned out to be a pretty nice night here in Naples. It's about 80 degrees, but there is a nice little breeze. And players are back on the courts, and the atmosphere has not lost any beats, Rusty.
In fact, the crowds are picking up, and we're going to notice that more and more during the week. And they're enjoying this match.
Another great point.
Point.
Just sprayed that slightly wide. A reflex volley.
Yes.
The last time
Yes.
Policelli and Olin called a timeout, they quickly got 4 points on the board. Oh, fantastic. Stood her ground like a champ.
Well, and Policelli, the deep knee bend, she's so low, and balls that normally wouldn't be over her shoulder are over her shoulder.
Yeah, easy to get plenty of power down onto the ball. Fantastically athletic. And she makes him pay again. God, it's good to see.
Hey, you can just sense too, she's kind of winning over this crowd, really loving the way she is playing the game.
Yeah, I think she's unique to watch, and I think that's enjoyable.
Yeah, it's not textbook tennis technique that you see so many players coming to the table with. So it's always nice to see when someone can succeed.
There she is again.
There's an intensity in her eyes.
7-9-1.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Off the net.
Should she have let it go?
Second server.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think it might have dropped. I think it might have dropped.
Yeah. Hindsight is 20/20, right?
7-9-2.
And if you're just joining us, this is only 1 game to 11 for the match. So every point is really critical right now. I think Olin wanted that.
Well, the previous one on that same position went to his backhand side. He perhaps thought that that one was going to head that direction as well. There's a lot of pressure. Oncoming Lee Waters coming at you.
The game is not over, but we have a possible match point right here.
Yes, he is.
I think it's a very possible. I would say probable.
10-7-1.
Waters going after it.
Second server.
How many times this week have we been here and it didn't end? So we'll see what happens.
10-7-2. Side out.
And the window is still open.
Absolutely. Love this game.
7-10-1.
Got to be
Second
hard
serve.
sometimes, Morgan, to finish a team. It's one thing to lead. It's another thing to put them away.
Yeah, so often the adrenaline
7-10-2.
rush that you get when you get close to the finish line causes some poor shot selections. And that's all she wrote.
Side out.
Side out now, and
Side
it'll
out.
be match point here for Weinbach and Waters as Lee Waters just destroys that ball, and it was screaming right towards our broadcast booth.
And it's somewhere under the table, possibly. I'm literally up. I got it.
Rusty Pickleball here, a
That's
budding
one.
young ball boy.
That got wedged underneath our wires here.
Moonlighting.
Sorry for the microphone noise, everybody, as I'm climbing under the table.
You were digging for gold there.
Resume play. 10-7-1.
Oh, great match.
Fantastic play from all four players.
Weinbach and Waters have the final say. 11-7. They will advance, Morgan. This was just outstanding play on both sides.
Yeah, an incredible display of pickleball. I think in the end it was a just a put away power early on in that game that separated the two in these 1 games to 11. There's no room to ease yourself into your form. At the end, 11-7, Weinbach Waters.
And our coverage continues. Weinbach and Waters moving on here at the Open. Stay tuned.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Welcome to Pickleball 411. I'm Rusty, and this show from Pickleball Channel is all about providing helpful information about the sport of pickleball. In this episode, we're going to talk about how you can improve your game by working on your soft return. So, let's learn and play.
Pickleball 411 is powered by Highlands Leg Cramps, proud supporter of pickleball players everywhere.
This week on Pickleball 411, I'm happy to be here with Bob Youngren and Gail Dacey. Thank you guys so much for being here. They are two really great 5-0 players. They've helped people improve their games. They've competed in lots of tournaments. And they're going to help us to understand more about the soft return. We're going to talk about what it is, why it's important, and how you can improve it. Gail, why do you like this shot?
I like the soft return, and I use it all the time, as do most of my competitors. It's also great for beginners and intermediate players.
And Bob, how about you?
Well, in all my years of teaching, I think this is probably the easiest shot to learn, and it improves your game just tremendously.
So let's break it down.
All right, the soft return is nothing more than, some people would call it a lob, but it's just a very high arcing shot, and if you can get it deep, it'd be perfect. A very common mistake to make on your service returns, normally the ball is hit hard and kind of hit semi in the middle there, and it doesn't allow you to get up to the kitchen line. The benefit of this shot is that you'll have more time to get from the baseline up to the non-volley zone and not be rushed. You have all the time to get up there and be ready. Another benefit to that shot is that when you hit that soft shot back to the server again, they're going to have to use the third shot, and that again, it becomes very difficult with a ball that has no pace. Now they have to create their own pace, meaning that they have to hit the ball very hard versus blocking a shot that's just hit to them.
As you work on your soft return, focus on getting it toward the back 3 feet of the baseline. This will give you time for you to get up to the non-volley zone, and it'll keep your opponent stuck in the backcourt. It's always an advantage for you to be at the non-volley zone and your opponents are back. You have the whole court in which you can place the ball.
So that's our Pickleball 411 for today. Bob, thanks for not screwing it up. Gail, thanks for being here. No, thank you to both of you. We really hope that this has been helpful. And now there's only one thing left to do, and that's go play.
If there's something you think Pickleball 411 should cover, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send us an email and tell us your idea. This episode of Pickleball 411 has been brought to you by Highlands Leg Cramps, America's #1 over-the-counter leg cramp medicine. For more information, go to highlands.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. and by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Well, this is the deal throughout the rest of the day. Matches being played just to 11 because of the weather delay we had earlier on here in Naples. Showers pounding the area. Gold medal matches will be played 1 to 15, and of course win by 2. On a road to a championship. Seen some great shortened matches thus far. The last one, I think, the best. Weinbach and Waters victorious, and now on the court, 4 more great players as Callie Smith gets set to serve. Of course, needs no introduction in the women's game, and Dave Fleming is by her side here today.
Time in.
Yeah, 2 of my favorite players here. Callie Smith, the fastest split step in the game for my money.
And on the other side, Lauren Stratman and Mircea Morario. Rusty, 2 outstanding players as well.
0-0-1.
And once again, it's fantastic to see these teams here. Let's see how this game plays out.
Second server.
Morario, one of the best singles players in the senior tour.
Point.
Fleming just letting that ball go. However, Stratman with great control, just enough topspin to dip it down into the court.
Ooh.
Point.
One of the things I do love about the sport as it progresses, you'll have more and more of the top spin and the technique. Historically, it was much more of a flat game. The pickleball, not that way anymore.
Certainly.
Point.
Yeah, I think as paddle technology improves, as well as the ball, players are able to shape the shot so much easier.
Out.
Yeah, Dave Fleming, all around, just great guy. Not just a great pickleball player, he's also a comedian as well. One of the best in the business.
Yeah, he's a corporate comedian. They say he's the Jerry Seinfeld of corporate comedy. Had him on the podcast a little while back. Fantastic bloke.
Right now, he's fighting his way from the baseline.
Thank you. 0-32. Side out.
Callie Smith trying to drive it down there, hits the tape.
3-0-1.
Oh, beautiful.
Second server.
Fleming read that one nicely. Managing to get the ball behind Stratman.
Oh. Was that in? Like I say, it's just a little long.
Yeah, look, like just floated.
I did not see it.
Inch or 2, not too far for sure. A little miscommunication there.
Oh, great point.
Yeah.
Second server.
Yeah, the forehand of Mircea Morario is certainly one to be reckoned with.
And he is well a newer player to pickleball. Again, seeing Callie Smith, more recent entry.
I had a chance to see Mircea down in Tampa at Simone Jargim's tournament. Mircea Morario, really good showing down there.
3-0-1.
I was lucky enough to play against Lauren Stratman in a tournament just a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
Second server.
A difficult lob. If you don't get it, it's not going to be good.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward stuff at this level, certainly. Dave Fleming, two-handed dinks.
Oh.
Side out.
Dave Fleming, his pickleball story, just one time picked up the paddle. Friend convinced him to start hitting back and forth. He was hooked just like that. It's incredible. Just in the past 10 years, how many people that this sport has just hooked.
Second server.
Why do you think that is, Rusty? That the boom has happened so recently, and this sport is, you know, nearly 50 years old. Over
0-32. Yes, sir.
It's the secret question, but definitely there's a momentum thing, right? Everything has momentum.
Sure.
It just had to hit critical mass, and we're certainly there.
Definitely, we've been excited to be a part of that journey as well. You know, I remember in the early days, people, should we invest cities in Parks and Rec? And we intentionally did stories, and Morgan was even part of a story where we talked about how tennis and pickleball could thrive out in Palm Desert. Thanks for being a part of that, Morgan, and thanks to you, everybody, for watching.
Yeah, no worries.
Point.
Callie Smith, so much power on both sides. The first step she makes towards a ball is as quick as it gets. Covers a lot of ground. And the longest hair in the women's game.
Oh,
good digs.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Well, that'll get the party started.
And the score is only 3-2. Well,
Thank you. Side out. 3-2-1. Point.
So far, we've seen a little bit more sense of urgency from both teams. Of course, that's because
4-2-1.
It's a race to 11 here.
Yeah, all four players here bringing a level of intensity akin to a third game.
Oh, wide again.
Point.
Yeah, he was looking to paint the lines a lot there, trying to get to the Morario backhand.
5-2-1.
Here we go again.
A big forehand and some intense words after that.
Switchy. Point.
And they'll switch sides at 6.
6-2. Morario.
1 minute timeout. Switch in.
Pumped
folks.
up here on Zing Zang Championship Court. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at MargaritavilleResorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. Well, 6-2, Smith and Fleming trail Stratman and Morario here on Zing Zang Championship Court underneath the blue roof. There's Dave Fleming, Callie Smith. Callie Smith, of course, a great college tennis player back at BYU and University of Utah.
Okay, folks. Resume play.
And Lauren Stratman now to dial one up for
6-2-1.
Stratman and Morario. Tell you what, Morario, he is focused, Morgan. He looks like he is ready to maybe get into the wrestling ring. What do you think? All intensity.
Well, fingers crossed he doesn't do that on the court today, but he's a former professional tennis player.
Looks like he's just in phenomenal physical shape.
Oh, he's a machine.
Second server.
One of the best singles players on the senior tour.
2-6-2.
Oh, incredible point.
That was great.
Side out.
All four players getting involved. Had a little bit of everything. Great resets from mid-court. In the end, it was just a dash of deception to squeeze through the middle with a divorce ball.
Oh, Dave did not want to chase that one.
Yeah, I think he might have hit an out ball accidentally there. Sprayed it a little high. Not something you can afford to do to the Morario forehand.
I'll recall the score. You're okay. 7-2-1.
Both these men dinking here.
That's deep.
Second server.
I do love the way Callie Smith has her ready position. She tilts the paddle to the forehand side typically. And even though the paddle is traditionally very high, her arms are not that high. She's cocking her wrist to get the paddle as high as it looks, while keeping relaxed shoulders and a very low body height. It's textbook stuff.
Side out. Two, 7-1. Second server.
Quick shout out to some of the paddle companies. Callie's over there playing with Onyx. Dave Fleming in the yellow, he's got a Selkirk paddle, and a newer company, Electrum, over on the other side.
Point.
And that's just tagged Stratman and I think the calf muscle. All's fair in love and war, as they say.
You will be in the line of fire if you take up this game, won't you?
You're going to get hit at some point. Normally it's hilarious. But maybe wear some eye protection if you're worried.
Yes, increasingly, actually, eye protection is becoming more and more common. As the game speeds up, the ball is hard, but with much more intensity, you're seeing a lot more eye protection being worn.
Mario there, spoiled for choice. Had a few things on his mind. He ended up cutting that ball. Attacking with a slice backhand, not often the choice.
We had 3 straight points from Smith and Fleming. They are back in it here on Championship Court. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, sponsored by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Head, official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Babolat, Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by the U.S. Open, the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 23rd to April 30th of 2022. Drew Felios with Morgan Evans, pickleball pro, also tennis pro out of Australia.
Ready on my left.
Former tennis pro.
Ready
You
on
can
my
still
right.
bang it around.
You have 1 timeout remaining.
I'm not going to test the theory.
5-7-2.
Another really good doubles match here, and we have a 1-point game on our hands.
6.
Fleming is a wily veteran.
6-7-2.
And although Murcha Mario, his counterpart in this game, has the upper hand in singles, this is a game of mixed doubles.
Absolutely. And doubles definitely does bring with it a greater variety of shots and different strategy.
Certainly, it's chess versus checkers, really.
Start out. Seven, 7-1.
See if Stratman and Mario can answer a Smith-Fleming run here.
Ooh.
Oh.
Point.
She wanted that. She knew she had it. A little mishit, and she turned to the opponent smiling. Are you sure that was out? I think it actually cleared the whole court and hit the gold box.
Big shot from Fleming, comes right back.
It's great to see the players realizing the gravity of the match, but still enjoying the game.
Big time Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Fleming breathing a sigh of relief that didn't come over to him.
Yes, there's nothing his body wants more than a low stretching.
Sprint to the net.
7-8-1.
Oh, lifted it.
Second server.
Oh, it looks so pretty too. In his head, that was a little different.
It's little shots like that where if you don't win this match, you probably think about later on tonight, huh?
Yeah.
Second serve.
Side out.
Bennett reigns at pause, which we had today.
But excitingly, we definitely have a closer match.
Point.
That so often happens if your partner makes a couple of loose errors. You feel like you
9,
have
7,
to
1.
pick up the slack a little bit and over-push yourself.
Point.
And right now, Stratman and Mario closing in. It is match point. Just like that. 4 points in a row. And a timeout can be called here.
That's a good timeout.
Yeah.
Mario and Stratman try to finish this off in just a moment. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. Well, thanks so much to all of our fine sponsors here at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. See some of the courtside seats. Those are not easy seats to get. Of course, COVID protocol in effect. Fans a little more spread
Ready
out
on my left. Time
this
in.
year than normal.
10-7-1.
Hopefully next year we can resume as we've always done in years past. Match point. And there it is. Stratman and Morario.
Game match.
5 straight points when they needed it most to take down Smith and Fleming 11-7.
Good job.
It's a great game. All 4 players shining. And Stratman, massive amounts of power off both wings. Morario, great intensity.
Just off the tip of his paddle.
So 11-7, another pair moving on. And we'll welcome in 2 new teams when we come back to Naples.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships.
Go again until you strike just right. Until the ball sings. Until the other guy blinks. Until the court's clear. And the sun sets. Until you see it in your sleep. And wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss. Until you can't lose. Go again. And again.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support. And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear, designed to take great care of everybody's feet. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort. It's all the comfort and support you need.
We're almost done here, Brooke.
It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
We're excited to be back to you guys. Day that's difficult with the rain, but something that is surprisingly exciting is seeing so many matches here on Championship Court, one after the other. As a refresher, if you're just joining us as our viewership numbers keep climbing, we are now in a format, due to the weather delay, where we're going to have 1 game to 11. We're here on Championship Court, and we're about to see a quarterfinal. Just in case you're seeing, there we go. Of course, the gold will go to 15. With that, there's a few unique things. If you're not quite familiar with going to 3 games, typically you would switch sides at 6. We're going to see them switch sides at 6 in game 1. This is 1 game. Every point counts. There's a lot more tension, and we're seeing games heat up. It's really exciting. This quarterfinal that we're bringing to you is going to be featuring Adam Stone. Sorry about that. Catherine Pronto, Steve Kennedy. Catherine comes from Canada originally. She is with
Steve Kennedy.
Exactly, Paddle Tech. And Adam Stone on the other side.
1 game to 11, win by 2. We're going to change
in
ends
blue
at 6.
with his partner.
This time we have Steve and Catherine. And over here,
Steve Kennedy, some of the fastest hands in the men's senior pro tour.
time in, 0-0-2.
Great reflex volley there from Scott Stone. Adam Stone, sorry.
Second server.
Yeah, it's a huge sign of respect already towards Catherine Parento that that drive was geared towards Kennedy and not herself.
Head out. 0-0-1. Point.
Catherine Parento, one of the up-and-comers in this game. Always a smile also. So fun to watch. She's not going to get to this ball, but Rusty, when you talk about defense and a great defensive player, she has got the full arsenal. She digs anything.
absolutely great athlete. Oh. Kennedy gets it.
Right up.
Anything can happen in this game, and normally does.
You were talking about Catherine. Let's see that here.
Got some offense as well.
Yeah, and she actually played tennis with Simone Giorgima at Michigan State. So a tennis player, and Simone introduced her to the game.
Yeah, Simone was her coach. And her game is very reminiscent of Simone's. They partnered up just a few weeks ago
1-0-1
to win the Delray Beach Championship.
Take a server.
It looks like the gentlemen have an agreement that they're only going to drive at each other. It's kind of sweet, isn't it?
1-0-2. Right up.
Oh, that was uncharacteristic, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was part of the agreement.
But be encouraged, everyone else. Even the best in the game sometimes make those mistakes.
Yep.
Point.
Wilhelm, just a wonderful dink there. Keeping it just out of reach, almost a bait ball.
1-1-1. Second server.
Here's Adam Stone.
1-1-2. Point.
He put a big swing on that drive.
2-1-2.
Traditionally, big swings on big swings don't always end in the ball going in the court.
Better. 1-2-1.
Oh.
Point.
That ball catching the net and just hitting Wilhelm.
A little playful laughter there between her and Kennedy.
One of the best smiles in the game.
2-2-1. Second server.
So far, they're not wasting a lot of time with third shot drops.
2-2-2.
Tied up.
Right up.
And some people are asking, is that Skechers on the net? Yes, it is. So welcome, Skechers, to the world of pickleball. We are excited to have you a part of this event.
Oh,
defended.
Second server.
Patience is a virtue, and that just faded quickly there.
2-2-2.
not coming back. Rusty, you mentioned Skechers. You'll also see Skechers shoes on our representatives here. Terry Graham sporting these Skechers throughout the week. Some of the most comfortable shoes money can buy.
Nice interchange.
Oh. Second server.
She poked the bear and got away with it.
Kennedy doing a little dance of frustration also, I think.
2-2. Got a little soccer in his blood, maybe.
The men not wasting too much time to attack the player in front, and often each other.
Right.
Nice reset.
That's a great catch, but unfortunately no points for a great catch.
Yes, unfortunately. Decent throw there, right to the
3, 2,
paddle of
1.
Wilhelm. She caught it on her paddle.
Oh,
look at that.
Second
Blade.
server.
High backhand angle. That was beautiful. Little flick of the wrist.
Yeah, sees the Ernie coming. Oh, almost a walk through Ernie, I guess.
Yeah.
Better.
Stone just over pressing there, hoping to get the better of Parental. Not many players do.
So off to some
2, 3, 1.
great action here, but with low score.
Point. Three, 3, 1.
Tied up.
Point.
and now the first lead for Parento and Kennedy.
4-3-1.
Remember, race to 11.
Ooh.
These teams are throwing the kitchen sink at each other. Not meant much time to make adjustments. You're seeing the best of what they can offer here in that race to 11.
5-3-1.
Yeah, it's certainly a sprint, not the normal marathon.
Oh. Point. 6-3-1. Change ends.
She does
1
love
minute.
that two-handed backhand.
Yeah, she certainly does. It's worked. 6-3. Parento and Kennedy have doubled up. Wilhelm and Stone will switch sides. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. Adam Stone and Helen Wilhelm. Really enjoy Adam's segments on YouTube with Corin Carr. The cooking segments in the kitchen. Really good stuff there, Rusty.
More and more creative what's happening in the sport. It just, you know, I'm surprised and excited at the same time. You know, even I, when we had this desire to try to do all this media when nobody else was doing it, I think, oh, sure, you can do that. And then I'm like, wow, there's even more, and there's even more, which is a great thing.
Yeah, great chance to get to know these players.
The referee might be checking something.
All of these players have such great stories. And I believe need to make a battery switch here. Parento and Kennedy leading 6-3 over Wilhelm and Stone.
So we have a unique situation in this open air arena. We have, you can't see it on camera. We got crowds in the stands to the left on the baseline shot. You might be able to see some of them. Referee wanted to make sure everybody could hear as well as for our broadcast. So thank you, and game continues.
Great defense there from Wilhelm. She knows she doesn't want to sit in too many long, drawn-out cross-court dink battles with Parenta. But if she's got the hands to handle Steve Kennedy, then she's doing fantastic.
Oh, that should be it.
Point.
Kennedy, a local man. The crowd love him.
Exactly. You're hearing some.
He painted the lines there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Better.
He's a showman.
Stone serving again.
What's really cool, Rusty, is you have so many players, so many pros that just kind of create their careers, driving in the cars, getting up at 5 a.m., driving 6 hours to find a tournament. Adam Stone is really one of those guys, not crazy gifted, but just you get everything he's got every time he steps on the court.
You know, he may watch this.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wish I was as gifted as he was.
Certainly a journeyman.
Yes, you have many. You look at an Annalie Waters, right, and you have people who clearly have just extra special something, and then you have people where there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears.
Absolutely.
Well, Adam moonlights as a professional poker player. At least he was not too long ago.
Slept on a lot of couches over the years to try and get his pickleball career going.
He finally earned enough money to buy a couch.
6-7-2. Better.
Looking for the hero play. Wilhelm just spraying it wide.
7-6-1.
Still a very close game. 7-6-1.
Point.
Brento, some of the fastest hands in the women's game.
Wow.
Deliberately left that ball thinking the counterpunch from Kennedy was going to go long. Just dropped in.
You see Wilhelm there. Oh, she knew it right when it passed her shoulder.
Okay.
So we got a timeout and a very close game.
9-6 right now, Parento and Kennedy over Wilhelm and Stone. Morgan, let me ask you about, when you talk about players making that next step, you have Parento, a player in her 20s, still making improvements, still getting better. We've talked about Annalie Waters, obviously born with the gift. Players like Simone Jardim, who makes those great giant leaps in the sport in her mid to late 30s. Is there an age in this sport where you can really take that next step, ideally?
Yeah, I think athletic prime in a lot of sports happens between the age of around 26 to 31. Usually 28, 29 is a sweet spot. You say gifted, she's put in a lot of work. You know, champions are not born, they're made. With the tutelage of Simone Jardim, she's really come along leaps and bounds.
Oh, what a get.
Great lob. Oh.
Point.
Right.
Incredible.
He's giving some high fives over there. Kennedy's oh, look at him. I think he just knocked the microphone off the referee. I don't think that would be considered a
that's a technical.
Right. The ref was smiling.
Impressive stuff. The greatest show on earth.
Okay, resume play. 10-6-1.
That one deserved a victory lap, and it brings us now to match point.
Second server.
Adam Stone almost got hit in the face by his partner there. Shake it off.
Oh. Big opportunity lost there.
Kennedy just looking to wrap things up, put a little bow on it.
6-10-1.
Helen Wilhelm to serve, trying to keep her team alive.
Server.
And they're electing a high five
and a hip bump.
6-10-2. We'll call it a hip bump, yeah.
Boy, how about Kennedy? He is just taking over.
That's impressive.
He's even flexing to the crowd here.
Steve's feeling good right now.
As long as there's no mirror around,
10-6-1.
flexing can really work.
And Catherine Parenteau nearly paints the line for the winner, 11-6. The crowd loves it. Impressive and entertaining at the same time.
It seems like things just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, it's a masterclass there, and a fantastic inside-out forehand to finish up the point, getting past the backhand side of Adam Stone.
Wow. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, Skechers, for that another sponsorship of the Instant Replay. We are excited.
Really like this team. Kennedy and Parenteau. Remember them. Likely to see them later.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
Margaritaville, it's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
Hi, welcome to a new episode of Pickleball 411. I'm Rusty, and this show from Pickleball Channel is all about providing helpful information about the sport of pickleball. This week, we're going to give you our first ever in-depth breakdown of the shots and strategy of an amazing point at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. So, let's learn and play.
Pickleball 411 is powered by Highlands Leg Cramps, proud supporter of pickleball players everywhere.
At the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, a unique point occurred during the mixed 30-plus match. It had almost every element that you could have in a pickleball game, from lobs to volleys to dinks to overheads, even switching of sides. And it's been viewed over 35,000 times on Facebook already. So, with the help of one of the players from the match, top medal winner and veteran of the game, Alex Hamner, we're going to break down and analyze the points so that you can gain some insight and improve your game.
Hey there, it's Alex. This was a great match between me and my partner, Wes Gabrielson, and two awesome players, Chris Miller and Sarah Ansberry. Now before we analyze the point, let's watch it through once.
2-2-1.
Okay, let's break the point down and talk about a few things we can learn from it. The rally starts out in a pretty normal fashion, except check Wes out. He serves right-handed, but when he comes across for the poach 3 shots later, he hits left-handed. Being ambidextrous is a rare skill and can certainly pay off in pickleball. Now, on that poach, you can see that Wes didn't get his volley down to Sarah's feet as he would have liked. This allowed Sarah to use her good reflexes, get her paddle on the ball, and put up a deep cross-court lob, causing me to switch sides with Wes to run it down, and it puts us on the defense. But watch this great offensive lob Wes hits next. This is such a good shot at this moment, because we've been pushed into the back of the court, and Chris and Sarah seem to have full control at the net. But this control changes to our favor when Wes's lob lands deep, making Chris and Sarah both run back. Notice how they both move together, and they're talking about who's going to hit the ball. But also notice how Wes and I move together to the kitchen line so that now we are in the position of control. So, as you can see, an effective lob can give you the chance to get to the net and take control of the point. Chris and Sarah have been pushed off the non-volley zone line and are working their way back to the net. Then a volley lands at Chris's feet, and he wrangles a nice defensive dink that resets the point, meaning that neither team is controlling the point at this moment. And so begins a little dink session. Because Wes had hit that great lob earlier, I thought, hey, I'll give it a shot too and back them up again. But watch how I only use my arm to hit it. I don't use my legs at all. And the result is that my lob, while not awful, it's shorter and lower than I would have liked, and Sarah can jump and hit an overhead. This starts another flurry of volleys. Eventually, when Chris pops it up, Wes smacks a two-handed backhand right down the middle to win the point. Here's the end in slow motion. So much fun in that one point, and so much to learn from it.
So that's your Pickleball 411 for today. Thanks to Alex Hamner for her commentary on this fascinating point, and thanks to the other players from the match as well. We really do hope that this has been helpful, and now there's only one thing left to do, and that's go play.
If there's something you think Pickleball 411 should cover, we'd love to hear from you. All you have to do is send us an email and tell us your idea. This episode of Pickleball 411 has been brought to you by Highlands Leg Cramps, America's #1 over-the-counter leg cramp medicine. For more information, go to highlands.com.
Great stuff from Pickleball Channel, Rusty and his crew here at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. There you see Eva Welsh on your left, Joey Farias on your right. We are underway. Point. First serve is a point for Terashenko and Moore, who are making their second appearance here on Zing Zang Championship Court today.
1-0-2.
Rusty, we are getting closer to goals.
Side out.
Absolutely. So you just saw, if you were with us, a quarterfinal, and we are now in a semi. So whoever wins this is going to go on to compete for gold. And here in the pro bracket,
0-1-1.
you have to be undefeated in order to win gold.
Yep, they're putting their big boy pants on. None of this double elimination stuff anymore.
Well, and a day like today, you have no double elimination
0-1-2.
only one game per match.
Yeah, the margin for error is therefore so small.
Okay, guys, how much of an underdog would you consider Farias and Welsher in this match?
Vegas has them at plus 325 underdogs.
1-1-2.
Going to be quite a challenge.
Point.
Joey Farias, one of the few players on the tour with arguably a more dangerous backhand than forehand. And a mustache that is to die for, really.
That's new, I think. I don't know how long he's had it. I haven't seen him in a while. Maybe it's a COVID mustache.
Is that like a vaccine?
Side out.
And again, we're so excited to have so many people around the world watching this. This is a brand new bracket here. We have a plus 50 and an under 50 pro competing together in this bracket. Just out.
Second serve.
1, 2, 2.
Nicely done by Eva Welsher.
Yes, and welcome to her to Championship Court and Pickleball Channel for the first time here. And Moore, Terashenko, and Ferris have all been here, and it's an exciting time. Arena's holding up her hand there for a second before the serve. Here it comes.
Welsh, no stranger to the podium, though.
Oh, tough shot to try with the long arms of Arena.
That's a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and the jump, too, the athleticism, right?
2, 1, 2.
Get both feet off the ground.
Yeah, Arena doesn't look like she can't jump.
Side out.
Scott Moore paid a visit to the booth between
1, 2,
matches.
1.
Just another day at the office for Mr. Moore.
Oh,
that's a tough catch.
Second serve.
I was looking for a dive there. What about you?
Welsher's facial expression a little bit. Oh, but you take it.
1, 2, 2.
Talking about diving on the asphalt. Maybe Chris Miller would go for the dive there.
Yeah, he just loves it. Such a physical player.
2, 1, 1. Second serve.
Farias there, looking to come in off his drive.
2, 1, 2.
Oh,
that's fantastic around the post there from Terashenko.
Crowd is liking that.
She does what everyone needs to do for the ATP, and that's be patient. Waiting, waiting, waiting.
Yeah.
And threads the
2,
needle.
1. Point.
Interestingly, there's a few things that are difficult. The intensity, the audience, but the width of the court here makes those ATPs a little easier. Smaller courts, you're running into a fence.
Side out.
But there's nothing really easy. It was beautifully done.
Yes, definitely try it at home, but don't be surprised if you catch the net a few times.
2, 2, 2.
Tied up.
Oh.
Side out.
Welsher out of Warren, Michigan. CFO at Michigan Staffing and Aspen Search Group.
2, 2, 1.
Great company she has established.
Second serve.
Yeah, again, it's another example of the diversity of players here. It's so exciting.
2.
You got players like Arena Terashenko, who college tennis star back in the day and then took a lot of time off. Rusty got into coaching and then decides to get back into the sport as a player, and she has never looked back.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a staple in the game, has been ever since I can remember anyway.
Oh, how about Welsher?
There you go. Look, she's a little surprised.
So excited. Enjoying the main stage here, having fun with it.
2, 2, 2.
That's fantastic.
What did I just do?
Crowd loving it.
Oh.
Moore looking down at his feet there, making sure he didn't have a foot fault.
I do admire that Welsher is capable and looking to stay in those cross-court dink rallies with Tereshchenko. Tereshchenko, one of the best cross-court forehand dinkers in the women's game.
And we're still only at 3-2.
And Joey Farias. A slightly delayed let's go. Some say he is in fact Tony Finau, the PGA Tour pro.
I think I saw someone put a picture of that up.
2, 3, 1. Point.
It worked for him. Joey went across. Welsher covered.
Three, 1. Point.
Tell you what, right now they're making Tereshchenko and more work.
Certainly that ball, that backhand attack from Joey
4, 3,
caught Tereshchenko
1.
by surprise.
Second serve.
Welsher just testing the durability of the paddle on the side of her head there.
4, 3, 2.
Seems to have held up nicely.
Going in more. Yeah, a good solid back and forth, taking the point.
Welsh is one of the more consistent women in the senior tour. Makes good decisions, has good footwork, ticks a lot of boxes.
They can score a point here, guys. They will raise some eyebrows, certainly. And that one a little bit long. 6-3, possibly.
You have up to 1 minute.
An upset in the making here on Zig Zang Championship Court. We get set to switch sides. Welsher and Farias on the brink of something special. The 2021 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. Day 3 of the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, taking this all the way to Saturday. Great to have you with us. Drew Felios, Morgan Evans, Rusty from Pickleball Channel. A 6-3 lead for Welsher and Farias. They serve here.
Time in. 6, 3, 2. Point.
Look at that.
Yeah, the women looking to attack each other. That means a cross-court attack, as opposed to what they would generally prefer.
7,
down the line.
3, 2. Fault.
Ooh.
No vault. You stepped in it.
Well, if it's got more, those are fighting words.
And Morgan, certainly for a scenario like this, let's take one more look. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
All over it.
That's correct.
Only one game to 11 makes upsets a little easier, probably, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Well done to the ref for catching that.
Referee error correction.
Joey correcting the score for a second.
8, 3, 2.
He's doing double duty.
Let's see if there's a timeout coming.
Side out.
All right, Rusty, how important is it for Tereshchenko and more to go on a run here?
I mean, critical, right? You know, we've seen bigger comebacks, but you don't want that many points
You
spread.
are the correct server.
It is a now or never, I'd say.
3, 8, 2. Correction. Referee error. 3, 8, 1.
Second
Referees, much like the rest of us, are human.
Three, 8-2.
Wow.
Side out.
All of a sudden, Morgan,
Let's
he
see
just
if
kind of
we,
hit the wall.
Get a timeout here.
Yeah, this would be a good time for a timeout. Just readdress.
Maybe
3,
they're
1.
a little too surprised.
Second serve.
Got to finish here, Rusty. You've got an 8-3 lead.
Yeah.
These next 3 points are going to be so difficult.
3-2.
Oh, happy bounce.
Yeah, a little bit of luck never hurts. They certainly won't say no to that point.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Just missed that double bounce.
That was adorable, Joey.
But another great example of how important both power and touch is to be able to take the pace and just drop that right in there.
Dead ball.
It's the stick and the carrot.
It's a dead ball.
Got more. Just having
Dead
some
ball.
choice words to the referee.
Timeout. Serve team. You have up to 1 minute.
So Moore served before the score was called. We got a timeout now.
Farias, a few words for Moore. He and Welsher lead 8-3, trying to close this out here on Championship Court. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, sponsored by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Head, official footwear of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By Babolat, Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by the U.S. Open, the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 23rd to April 30th of 2022. Mark your calendars, late April 2022.
2.
Right here in Naples, 8-3, Welsher and Farias lead. Terashenko and Moore trying to come back.
Point.
Okay, let's see if the run goes.
Yeah, could that be the shot that starts the momentum shift? We're about to find out.
4-8-2.
There it is again.
Yep.
Point.
He really likes that spot on the court, doesn't he?
Five, 8-2.
Not this time.
That's pretty
Side out.
uncharacteristic.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
think
it says a lot about them being brought outside their comfort zone,
8,
not wanting to
5,
go to
1.
the younger man.
Oh, lift it up just a little
Point.
bit.
And as we said before, you can tell it's darker. The lights are fully on the court. It's a long day. You know, it's 7:50. Usually this is a little bit more end of the week in some of those big broadcast matches, but because of the rain delay, these people have been here a long
5,
time.
1.
That's an impressive
Second
return
serve.
there from Terashenko. Putting plenty of slice on the ball. Welsher would have needed to adjust her aim point to
9,
be a
5,
little higher
2.
than normal.
And so deep in the court, too.
Point.
This is a tale of Joey Farias spreading his wings. He is a very accomplished singles player. And
10,
in the last
5,
few years, he's
2.
done wonders with his health. Dropped Drop some weight.
There's that Scott Moore overhead.
That's huge.
So another chance here for Moore and Tereshchenko to try.
We've seen it multiple times this week, so will it happen again?
Can they trim the gap? There's one.
Tereshchenko, she skims the net so well. It's amazing how consistently she can be just an inch, 2 inches at the most above the net.
6, 10,
those
1.
cross-court dinks.
Oh, just kind of decided late that time to return it. I think she thought Moore was going to handle it.
Yeah, he favors his forehand and often comes that side of the court.
10, 2. Side out.
Well, how well has Joey played in this race to 11?
He's doing a great job, right, Morgan?
It's fantastic. A couple of the backhands, you know, it's amazing to see him rip that backhand. But his court coverage,
6, 1.
protecting his partner. Ava's played great, obviously. She's been steady when she's needed to be.
Yeah,
Second
I mean,
serve.
it's about winning. So you play to your player's strength. This is especially in the split age. She's allowing him to play more of the court.
2.
But like you said, she's there when she needs to be.
Yeah, it's the yin to the yang. Very good.
Oh, he gets it.
Eve is trying to fight it off. Oh,
what a point. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Joey. Fantastic point regardless. I hate to see it end like that, but great play from all 4 players.
Switching sides. I mean, so much great stuff.
Oh, another big one.
Second serve.
Yeah, his court speed, hand speed has improved so much in the last few years. It's a tribute to his dedication towards
6,
physical
10,
conditioning.
2.
Interesting here, all 4 players starting back. Paid dividends.
Side out.
And now another chance for Eva and Joey to close this out,
And
advance.
All the
10,
players except
6,
Welsher
1.
have medaled here, and we'll see if this is her night.
Not just yet.
Second serve.
Hold that party, that victory party. Of course, still have another to play for a gold, but you get by a couple names, Tereshchenko
10,
and Moore.
6, 2.
Huge accomplishment. There it is.
No fault there.
Side out.
Yeah, and
That's a big side out.
That looks like something to the naked eye was Scott Moore with a fantastic play. But realistically, it was great, but it was Tereshchenko's cross-court forehand that put Welsher in a tough position, forced her to redirect.
Second serve.
Tereshchenko. Bit frustrated, obviously. Looking up to the sky. Let's see if more.
6, 10, 2.
Oh, just too good right now.
Joey's everywhere. He might even be in the
Side
commentary
out.
booth.
Both
10,
teams
6,
exerting a
serve.
lot here over the last few points, and a timeout on the court. Joey Farias and Eva Welsher on the brink of some history here in Naples. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. Another match point right now. Welsher and Farias trying to close this out.
Time in. 10, 6, 1.
Oh, there it is. Major upset here on Zing Zang Championship Court.
Yeah, we've seen some amazing pickleball. Obviously, Welsher's over there. She's hugging. She's excited. Oh, man, we are so excited about the stuff you guys have been able to see. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it was definitely a tale of Ava Welsher being very solid when she needed to be, good consistency, keeping Scott more honest. But Joey Farias was all over the court, played aggressively, wasn't afraid of anybody, and they're deserving the win there. So they'll head over to the final.
Seen some great matches in our races to 11 as they just get better here on Championship Court. Stay with us. Coverage from Naples continues.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
There we go.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Dick's. Dick's Sporting Goods. Every season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods. By Zing Zang. Zing Zang, America's favorite Bloody Mary mix. By Franklin and Franklin X40, the official ball of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Skechers. Skechers Arch Fit Footwear, featuring podiatrist-certified arch support. And by Highlands. Highlands Leg Cramps. Stop your cramp, not your game.
Well, look at this. New Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. The legendary taste of America's #1 Bloody Mary mix. Crafted with 7 vegetable juices, bold spices, Worcestershire, and vodka. The legendary Zing Zang Margarita. All-natural key lime, grapefruit, 100% blue agave, tequila included. Introducing new Zing Zang ready-to-drink cocktails. Legendary drinks. Ready to enjoy anywhere. Are you ready?
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When most people hear the name Dick's Sporting Goods, they don't imagine leaders like us. But not too long ago, driven, persistent, visionary, powerful wouldn't have brought us to mind either. Together, we're updating the playbook. So it's up to us to design for you, invest in you, and be the change we want to see in sports. It's our job to get more women to the top of their game.
Margaritaville. It's not just a state of mind. Now it's a place to live. Introducing Latitude Margaritaville. New homes in 55 and better communities where you can live the Margaritaville lifestyle every day. Find your new home at latitudemargaritaville.com.
The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Beautiful Naples, Florida, sun going down. The beach is as beautiful as ever. East Naples Community Park, short driving distance. And this week, so special here, the pickleball capital of the world, as the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships continue. A special year 2021, of course. Last year, this event was canceled, left such a void in everybody's life. It's so cool to have this event back. Great place, great pickleball. And of course, Pickleball Channel bringing every point, every moment to you thus far. Dave Weinbach, Lee Waters on the court right now. On the other side, Steve Kennedy, Catherine Parenteau. A great match on her hands.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. I can't imagine anything else.
To 11. I'm sorry, did I say 15?
Certainly going to be some fireworks. We've got the 2 senior pros, arguably the fastest hands in the senior men division. And the 2 ladies on the court are 2 of the greatest, I'd say. Both top 5 players, definitely.
Yes.
Timeout.
And as you were talking about before, you know, sometimes in these matchups, you're like, well, who will take advantage of what? Where's the weaknesses? But all these players have such an arsenal of shots.
Yeah, there's very few, if any, chinks in the armor for any of these players.
Oh, right at Kennedy that time, immediately apologizing. Dave Weinbach.
Weinbach, definitely the most experienced player on the court.
And Morgan, everybody's got their own distinct style, but the way Dave serves and how the head is down, watch this, it's just so unique.
Yeah, it is very.
His return in particular, his third shot, oftentimes he's not looking.
Yes, unique is putting it lightly, I'd say. Every club around the country has a Weinbach return of serve impressionist. I believe there's a contest each year.
Oh.
Second server.
Can still get it done.
Yeah, looking for the sharp angle there. That.
Well, and even right here, I thought, is that out? Nope, it was good. And then totally opposite.
Very impressive.
Oh.
Big, let out a big yell. Thought the water coming at Waters, or the ball coming at Waters, was going out. She got it, and ultimately point on the other side.
Side out.
That's impressive there. Both players realizing, even though that ball was a mere inches above the net, that it was traveling out.
Oh.
Point.
It's interesting there, Steve Kennedy just electing to go back, looking to dink towards Waters as opposed to traditional cross court.
Second server.
A little unlucky, caught the tape. Thought it was going to drop in. Just floating low.
2-2-2.
Kennedy now with the short angle overhead smash put away.
Right out.
The gentlemen are trading overheads.
2-2-1.
2-2-1. Parenteau serving. Oh.
Point.
A different hat for this match. The Wisconsin hat is on the bench.
I might get subbed in later on.
Second server.
Like the good mix, a player in his early 50s and Weinbach, Waters in her early 40s. So you've got that good mix of experience here for a team.
Point.
Kennedy's been effective doing that all day long.
No, he's on this side.
Yeah, he reads the play so well. Knows when he can start to look towards hopping over that kitchen line.
Oh, go get it. Big time by Steve Kennedy. Moves incredibly well for a big guy.
Point.
Fantastic, moving in nicely.
Switch ends up to 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen.
6-2.
Up to 1 minute.
Switch ends, Kennedy and Parenteau. Right now, rolling. Waters and Weinbach a little slow out of the gates here. The race to 11, the winner plays for gold. The 2021 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, sponsored by Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Head, official footwear of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By Babolat, Pickleball, join the rebellion. And by the US Open, the US Open Pickleball Championships. Save the date, April 23rd to April 30th of 2022. Day 3 concluding. Keep in mind, we're here throughout the week, all the way until Saturday night. We are live then on CBS Sports Network.
Kennedy serving at 6-2. They have a 4-point lead.
Oh, Kennedy just on fire right now. Just as I say that, he hits it out, but that was pretty impressive. He's like a backstop right now.
That's just the commentator's curse, I guess.
2-6.
Weinbach hoping that a around the back
Second server.
Shot would get him out of jail there. No such luck.
2-6-2.
I mean, you're watching Kennedy right now. How do you attack this guy? He's just on fire.
Break his legs. I mean, that's just the first thing that came to mind. I suppose probably some other ways, but try to out-dink him, I guess. But right now he's on fire.
Oh,
fuego.
Stop it.
And fuego. Yeah, these two are a runner-away freight train of talent.
Point, timeout, score timeout, 2-1.
Weinbach calling a timeout, trying to cool off Kennedy. He is smoking right now. He and his partner, Catherine Parento, trying to play for gold. The 2021 Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. After this match, we'll take a quick pause, and then our gold medal match will be coming up.
8-2-1.
Not too far after this one, so stick around. Pro mixed split age. Waters and Weinbach trying to come back here in a race to 11.
Point.
That guy right there, Steve Kennedy, has been
9-2-1.
unstoppable.
Yeah, one of the best in the biz, no doubt about it.
Second server.
Man. Steve, if you watch the replay, that's on me.
9-2-2.
Just a perfect lob. And it's easy pick-ins. Parento, did she put it away?
It looks like she got it. Dave Weinbach is calling it good. A little closer to the liner than I'm sure she would have liked.
Match point. And Weinbach has an answer.
So often players, when they get so close to the finish line, they look to sprint to the end.
2-10-1.
They've opened the door for a possible comeback.
Oh.
Second server.
I really thought he was going to die for that one.
Point.
Nicely done by Lee Waters. 10-3, still a long hill to climb here.
Yeah, she's not giving up anytime soon.
Oh, a little out that time, so they get a break.
Or 10-2. Football.
Oh.
It's anyway, balance doesn't matter, but you are. Point.
A referee not hearing anything of it. And we'll be able to see with this replay.
Ooh.
It looked like the right foot may have stepped on the line from this angle. Very hard to see.
You were right here.
Here, one more time.
Let's see if we can't see it. Safe there. It's whether the heel caught the back of the line there. Yeah, very tough from this angle.
Well, Steve Kennedy's played nearly perfect here today, and Catherine Parento right now just letting him kind of lead the way. She has come up big as well on occasion, and Weinbach and Waters
We all ready?
have got to have a miracle here.
Time in. 5-10-2.
Seen much crazier things happen in this game. Keep in mind, just one game to 11, so
point.
If you get down so hard to adjust, and now it's 10-6, make it more interesting.
6-10-2.
Yeah, very quickly there's going to be some pressure on.
Just out.
Side out.
That is out. And they'll get another chance to put the baby to bed. 10-6.
10-6-1.
Oh, there it is.
Point game.
Steve Kennedy eventually able to regroup from a call that he thought should have gone his way, and Parento and Kennedy have reserved a spot in the gold medal match.
Yeah, in the end, it was a case where Steve and Catherine Parento were able to produce their best pickleball for more than enough of the game. There was a good fight back from Waters and Weinbach, but they redlined to 11-6 victory.
Go again until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep and wake up swinging. Go again. Until you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again and again.
This is what it feels like wearing regular shoes. No all-around support. And this is what it's like wearing Skechers Arch Fit footwear, designed to take great care of everybody's feet. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists using over 20 years of data to create a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all-day comfort. It's all the comfort and support you need. We're almost done here, Brooke. It's good to have support. Try Skechers Arch Fit footwear with podiatrist-certified arch support.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 Pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful Naples, Florida. Long road we have taken here to get to the gold medal match of mixed pro split. Beaches of Naples, just sensational. You gotta visit. If you make your way down here to South Florida, Zing Zang Championship Court had a weather delay earlier today. Lasted about 2 hours. Actually, it was 2 different weather delays. Finally got things rolling at 4 o'clock, and it changed the scope of how this competition was going to go. So every single match here has been 1 game to 11. Now we play for gold, and we'll play to 15, win by 2 here in mixed pro split. Joey Farias, Eva Welcher on the court. They're warming up, and they're going to take on the red-hot team of Steve Kennedy and Catherine Parento out of Naples. Catherine has been awesome this week. Steve Kennedy put on a show in our last match. And how about Joey out there? I'll tell you what, Morgan, he is having himself a tournament.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play against him today. He has been on fire, but now we just saw Steve Kennedy in similar form. So it is the young buck versus the old bull. Ava Wilshire, incredibly consistent, great shot selections. Is able to defend well, keeps the point alive, gives Joey ample opportunity to get involved.
This is going to be a single match. 15.
So Wilshire came up with some tremendous shots against Tereshchenko and more. The expressions on her face, just priceless. Just soaking it all in here in Naples. This event creating memories that last a lifetime.
Certainly, you never forget your time on center court here. It is a special moment, it's a special court.
For the gold medal match in the mixed pro sport games category, please welcome Davie, Florida, Steve Kennedy.
Referee Ed Johnson announcing the players.
Florida, Catherine Parento.
The two Floridians, Parento and Kennedy, we just saw compete.
And they are going up against from Tucson,
And once again,
Arizona,
right now you're looking at Ava Wilshire, but her partner Joey Farias, who we just saw another game ago, are going to be competing for gold.
Farms, Michigan, Eva Wilshire.
And there you have Eva. Coming back to Catherine Parento, guys.
Yes, what a career she has put together. Michigan State Spartan, recruited at one time by Simone Jargin out of Canada to be a Spartan. Great career there. Then Simone drags her into this great game of pickleball, and she has excelled, to say the least.
And these are just a few of her bigger tournament titles, but those are certainly starting to add up as she's been playing more and more tournaments, and there's more and more big tournaments coming along as well.
Yeah, great time to get involved in the game. And how about Joey Farias, Tucson, Arizona's own? He is building his pickleball resume as well, and he was unstoppable in that last match.
Yeah, he was everywhere. He looked like he was able to take over when he needed to, relied on his partner to be as consistent as she is. That gave him plenty of opportunities to get involved.
Now the question is, Morgan, without the stash or with the stash? Do you like
he's much better with the stash. I think it's almost a Samson kind of effect on the upper lip. If I was he, you wouldn't want to shave that now. I think it's there for life. Reminds me of a young Raul Julia. The late, great Raul Julia.
Maybe a couple curls on each end, perhaps?
Possibly, yeah. Go big or go home.
Extra added touch.
Posted the match.
Let's go.
To 15, okay? Just want to make sure you know
Kennedy.
a switch at 8. All right, 0-0-2.
Here we go.
That's an area of the court where Parento generally is so solid. Able to drop that ball delicately in the kitchen from almost anywhere.
Second server.
Farias getting ambitious from day one here. But fortunately, Kennedy ready for it. Great hands.
0-0-2.
Parento with a look away.
I got it.
Side out.
This, of course, a 15-point match.
She's
Swapping ends at 8 points.
Watching multiple that have been ending at 11, but because this is gold,
0-0-1.
adding a few more points to hopefully make it a little bit more exciting.
I personally don't think I can handle too much more excitement.
We'll have to see. You're handling yourself well.
That's a fantastic lead from Farias. The ball sailing maybe 3 to 5 inches out, and he knew.
1-0-2. Side out.
The ball was catching the top of the net there. She didn't quite have time to readjust her position.
Point. One. Second server.
Just beginning 1-1. The crowd getting riled up there.
Yeah, Kennedy electing not to go through the middle, but exposing the angle instead.
Back out.
Thank you again for everyone for tuning in, hanging in there through this rain delay day and seeing these exciting matches.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Point.
He went for the inside-out slippery wiffle and didn't quite work due to the net.
2-1-1. Point.
Kennedy there. He has a lovely single-handed backhand attack off the volley. Something where a lot of players elect to just drop that ball again, dink cross court. He's comfortable attacking.
Yeah, I think so far he's been the most dominant senior male as far as just a particular sequence of games that I think we've seen throughout this first 3 days.
Certainly, we won't tell Scott Moore that, but score is 4-1.
Oh, take care of business.
Indeed. Joey Farias had to go full scorpion.
Yeah, once again, the crowd excited about that. We have the spectators here. Take a look. Not only the applause here, but we have over 3,000 people watching across the country. Wish you could be here with us.
Oh, she held in there for as long as she can.
Everything he is touching right now is turned to gold. Steve Kennedy.
He's got the Midas touch, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and the crowd behind him, that has to help, right?
Morgan, you ever have those moments where you're just totally in the zone?
Once. Yeah, it was a game of hopscotch in the early 90s. Unstoppable.
But certainly as a coach, you have helped players, and you know that feel.
I had one major, TOC in 2017. That was a good day.
Point.
Farias just pressing a little farther.
Timeout. Score timeout. 7-1-1. Your first timeout.
So timeout. Welsher and Farias trying to regroup, trailing 7-1 here playing for gold. The 2021 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Minto. Latitude, Margaritaville, and Minto. Change your latitude to the active adult paradise of Latitude Margaritaville. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades, Florida's Paradise Coast. By Margaritaville Hotels and Resorts. Check in and chill out at margaritavilleresorts.com. And Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore. Well, welcome back to the Steve Kennedy Show.
Yeah, if you're watching, if you've come late, you missed it. But so far, he has been on fire.
And Rusty, you've been looking at the stats, kind of sizing them up. How dominant has he been as of late?
He's at 7 in a row. I mean, he's just on fire.
Just a reminder,
And he looks like he's
going to
enjoying
15,
the game
okay?
more than anybody else. Who knows if there's a correlation there,
7,
but he's having
1, 1.
real fun.
Right, it's staying loose, right?
Second server.
Yeah. Right now, yeah, Catherine Parento, she is not having to do too much her day in the office.
Change it,
However,
ladies,
with
gentlemen.
wonderful
You have up
cross-court
to
thirds like
minute.
that to force an error.
Time to switch sides. So
because we're going to 15, we're switching at 7. It'll give them a little bit.
Switching at 8.
Yeah, sorry. Switching to take a break a little bit. What's going on as we switch at 8, Morgan, in the other team's head right now?
Right now, the team of Welsher Farias are trying to solve the puzzle. It doesn't look like it's going well, but that team is not going anywhere fast. They're going to look to try to force Catherine Parento and Steve Kennedy to at least earn the win the hard way. If they can settle it down into some dink rallies, it's probably a good start.
And we'll see if the switch at sides has helped.
It usually does.
Oh.
That typically wouldn't be a divorce ball. That was so close, and I think Ava and Joey could use a little bit of extra communication on anything where there's a possible discrepancy.
9-1-2.
If in doubt, the mustache gets it, right?
And there is Joey Farias finally making his presence felt.
Right out. 1-9-1.
Steep hill to climb here.
Point.
When you're a player, you compete in these tournaments. Does a mixed pro split mean as much as a
9-1.
singles, or they're all just very special, aren't they?
They really are. It's not something you can kind of decide or not. If you're a competitor, it doesn't matter what court you're on, who you're playing with, you're there to win, and you bring that kind of intensity regardless.
Point.
That said, these 4 players, it means the most to them. That's why they're here.
4-9-1.
Three straight points. Leave that one up. Kennedy knows what to do with it.
Second serve, excuse me. Thank you. Yes, you would.
Beautiful put away. Good sequence from Kennedy.
Just like in baseball, though, sometimes you leave a pitch up. Waist high. He's going to destroy it.
Point.
He is not wasting any time to attack the player in front of him. So often players feel comfortable if that ball at least gets low to the backhand, but with Steve Kennedy, nothing is outside of the danger zone.
Two players from South Florida, Kennedy and Parento, like a buzzsaw so far. 11-4.
11-4.
Race to 15, just 4 points away now.
Oh.
Second server.
Welcome from Canada. We got some people rooting for Catherine. Parento saying go, go, go. Again, literally around the world. Thank you. It's Parento serves.
Also good performances by Steve Deacon this week. For all the Canadian pickleball fans, he continues to excel.
.411.
Welsher to serve.
And remember, everybody, we're going to 15.
All right, Farias looking to catch some fire. That's what it's going to take for them to make a meal of this.
Second server.
Very close. A valiant attempt there from Ava Welsher. Missing by inches.
5. Third out.
That's the first backhand we've seen him miss today.
I just look at Steve Kennedy, and to me, he's that guy that when you look at him, you think, oh, I'm going to have no problems with this guy.
Right.
And then the game starts, and it ends very quickly. He takes care of you.
Oh, he's got one of the best dad bods in the game.
Just what I was thinking.
Point.
One of those guys that, you know, you may challenge, put maybe a few bucks on the line, say, come on, let's go do this.
Here he is serving.
He's just dominant.
Exactly.
Second serve.
So we're getting that much closer to 15. Pulling away.
12-5-2.
Oh, not this time. Good hustle. Parenteau enjoying the moment.
Yeah, I think that's what we're learning from this split age event.
Timeout.
More than anything else, the players are just having such fun.
(12-5). Kennedy and Parenteau over Welsher and Farias. And we got a great day coming up tomorrow. It'll be day 4 here in Naples. Coverage begins at 2 p.m. Men's skill age doubles coming your way. I'll be here, Rusty will be here, and who will be in the analyst seat? You're going to have to tune in to find out.
Absolutely. We're going to see some senior pro action as well. And just once again, everybody, welcome to the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships powered by Margaritaville. This is an exceptional open-air arena. A special thanks to Collier County for investing in this sport, not just in this arena, but this entire facility and in this tournament.
Okay.
They've helped to bring pickleball to the world.
5-12-1.
And a reminder to tune in immediately after this match. Rusty will be on the court with the winners. Large check involved. He's been handing out money all week long.
He does love his sharp angles. Unfortunately, it is a regulation height net, and that got involved in that one.
And that permanent net with that wire is not forgiving.
6-12-2.
And Welsher just calling that one wide. Likely because it was wide.
7-12-2. Side out.
Farias just put a big swing on that backhand volley.
12-7-1. Second server.
In the heat of the moment, a lot of these players pulling the trigger from well below the net height. Unfortunately, without a lot of spin, nothing to keep that ball in.
Side out.
Possible between the leg there, but didn't quite work out.
Saw Ben John, Steve Deacon go to that shot earlier in this great
7,
event.
12, 1. Point.
Farias getting involved, stepping over, rolling a topspin forehand volley into the midsection of Kennedy.
8-12, 1.
And they're closing the gap at 8-12.
Still some hope.
Oh, good get.
That's too good. He just finds the middle of the paddle so often, Kennedy.
Second serve.
Let's take a look.
Point.
Another point, 12-9. More interesting it gets if they score again. Do you sense possibly a timeout?
9-2. Side out.
A little short.
All right, that's a big side out. But they're a much closer game.
There it is. Catherine chases it down.
Kennedy looks to respond with a love of his own. From behind the baseline, not often the best shot selection.
Goes a little long and wide.
12-9-2.
Catherine, one of the most beautiful drops in the game.
There you go.
Side out.
They're not done just yet.
Farias, he does not want to have an early shower.
9-12, 1.
Oh, and he gets it.
Point.
And they're going to make it interesting. 10-12.
Oh, Kennedy following it up. Now second serve coming up. Welsher and Farias trying to just stay close here. Race to 15.
Just over-pressing. The adrenaline rush going through Joey Farias right now.
And we are now looking at a 2-point game, though.
Soft knee that time.
He defends the overhead. Catherine smiling, shaking her head, but kind of can't believe it happened.
And Joey Farias looks at his partner. We are still in this.
Sometimes you just look towards the pickleball gods and you feel like there's a sign that you're meant to win this.
It's good. Side out. Welsher and Farias.
You could cut the tension with a butter knife right now.
10-12, 1.
They want it.
It's over.
Welsher, I think, gesturing. She's like, okay, come on, let's go.
Steve Kennedy owning the moment. Side out once again.
Yeah, sequence of those cross carts, and then just there's so many good things happening here.
Quick hands.
Just a slight miscommunication between Farias and Welsher, who was going to handle that counterpunch.
Timeout. Score timeout.
A well-deserved timeout.
Absolutely. Take a deep breath. Kennedy and Parenteau, 2 points away from gold. The 2021 Minto US Open Pickleball Championships, powered by Margaritaville, is sponsored by Gamma. Gamma Pickleball, the official grip of the US Open Pickleball Championships. DecoTurf. DecoTurf, the official pickleball court surface of the US Open Pickleball Championships. By I Love Pickles. ilovepickles.org, a place to celebrate all things pickled. And by Franklin, the official bag of the US Open Pickleball Championships. Look at Zing Zang Championship Court. Our audience being entertained here tonight. Another classic match, pro mixed split. Kennedy and Parenteau, 13-10. Welsher and Farias trying to stay alive.
13-10-1.
And with that giant two-handed leaping backhand volley from Parenteau, it brings it to match point.
14-10-1.
Katrin Parenteau and Steve Kennedy.
Second server. (14-10-2).
Open court, Katrin Parenteau. The backhand for the winner.
And we've got a nice high looping third shot from Parenteau. She's there through the middle, anticipating the attack from Joey. Threads the needle. Too good.
Kennedy, Parenteau, champions. They will collect gold when we come back.
No matter how you stay active, you don't want a leg cramp to mess up your day. Highlands Leg Cramps has been America's #1 leg cramp relief solution for over 10 years. The flavorless tablets dissolve quickly under your tongue. No water needed, no stomach upset. So you can keep going. No matter what you're doing, don't let a leg cramp slow you down. Highlands Leg Cramps, available at your favorite retailer. Stop your cramp, not your day. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
It's time to celebrate a return to all things incredible. The competition you can only find at the Minto US Open Pickleball Championships. The blue skies and white sand beaches that restore your soul. The luxurious surroundings and award-winning restaurants that rejuvenate your spirit. So join us for world-class pickleball action and stay for everything else. When it's time for championship pickleball where everyone wins, only paradise will do. Naples, Marco Island, and the Everglades.
When I step onto the court, I get a burst of adrenaline. That adrenaline makes me focus, and that focus helps me win.
I love looking out and seeing my teammates standing there, supporting me, cheering me on.
People always ask me, what do you want out of a pickleball brand? For me, it's simple. performance products, and support.
Performance is a head game.
Well, let's take a look at some of our final numbers brought to you by Skechers. Unforced errors, winners, 19-12, favor of Steve and Catherine. Third shot drops as well. Tell you what, Welsher and Farias played their hearts out here tonight. But in the end, it's Kennedy and Parento winning gold. Drew Felios here in Naples. Thanks for watching on Pickleball Channel, Facebook, YouTube as well. Rusty is now on the court. Let's send it to him. Rusty, take it away.
Yet. We've seen some amazing play all day long. I would like everyone to give a round of applause for our silver medalists, Joey Farias and Ava Welsher. Fantastic. Curtis from Paddle Tech, the official paddle of the U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, is here to give you guys your medals. Absolutely incredible, early in the day and now. One more big round of applause for our silver medalists, please. And a quick photo. All right, and now another exciting team coming out here. Our gold medalists, our champions of this mixed pro split age mixed group, Steve Kennedy and Catherine Parento. Big round of applause. Curtis, again, Paddle Tech with some medals to hand out. The official paddle of the Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. You also get a Champions Only Head Sweats Championship hat there, a pair of head shoes, and last but not least, you're going to get your check. Winner takes all in this particular pro bracket. So you guys are the only ones to get it. Congratulations. Real quick photo. And you guys, that was amazing. You can smile for the picture. That was amazing. I mean, earlier in the day and then now, fighting hard. What helped you win? What helped you take that away? You can hold that or talk at the same time. What helped you close that out?
Just the fact that this guy was right next to me and just making me laugh the whole time. It was amazing. I mean, I was just not feeling very nervous throughout the whole match because Steve was just, you know, making jokes left and right. So it was awesome. Really a lot of fun playing with you, Steve.
Yeah, you are a character. The crowds loved you, a local favorite, and you were on a hot streak at the end there, 7 in a row. How are you feeling right now?
You know, it's such an honor. I mean, to play with Catherine, I mean, she's one of the best. Just to be out here with Joey and Catherine, you know, just a real honor that they want to play with an old guy like me. And yes, I do like to have fun.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for giving us some great entertainment. We broke records online with people around the world watching. Thank you. Everybody, we got more to come. Back to you, Drew.
Awesome stuff from Rusty. Thank you so much for watching. This sport is something else, isn't it? Be sure and join us tomorrow. We're here in Naples throughout the week. The Minto U.S. Open Pickleball Championships for Rusty and our phenomenal crew. I'm Drew Felios saying so long from Naples. We will see you tomorrow.